Hello, everybody. How we doing?
Hello.
Yay. Welcome to the Owlbear Inn. We're going to play some D&D today. Have a little fun RPing and hopefully not getting into any mischief. Maybe not. We'll find out. But first, a few announcements as per usual. We have our other tabletop games, Into the Nightmare and Into the Nightmare. Let's just one at a time, shall we? That one's on Tuesdays. It's like 6:30 English. It's my first language. Get around to it eventually. As well as Nightbane on Saturdays at 4. So do come by for those wonderful times. We also have on Wednesdays Playing with Mutts. We're doing some Valheim. Yay. Having some fun stuff on that. Eventually there might be some interesting changes happening soon. announcements to come. This Friday, for Hate, Laugh, Love, Ethan, what have you got?
So this Friday, it's going to be the Christmas Roundtable episode. It's going to be the last Hate, Laugh, Love episode until the new year. So if you're part of the Discord and you got my message last week, asking who wants to be on the panel, then please respond, because nobody has. So come on, guys. I need as much help as I can get. Yeah. Tune in. What time is it? 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on Friday for that.
I plead the fifth on my involvement or lack of involvement thereof.
Well, I mean, of course I'll be there.
Yes.
The video footage and such that I bring in will be very selective because, again, as per usual, musical. So it's going to be questionable in what I can share.
Yeah.
So are you saying the Kringles are going to get real, or the
I know what joke you're trying to make, but your brain is just not allowing you to make it.
We'll be grateful that the brain's
I
not
have
allowing
done
it.
too much final writing today.
Other wonderful stuff. That's it, actually. No, wait, no. Reminder, real quick. December from the 20th to the 27th, the Albertans taking a break from entertainment. So, if you would like to continue engaging with all of us during that time frame, you can definitely join the Discord channel, where we banter back and forth and do a lot of fun stuff. We've been doing some music playlists recently for characters. At least a few of us have. Hey! Sirenscape! The servers had a little glitch recently, so now they're working. Yay. But that's another lovely note. Sirenscape, everybody. Sound effects by them, online and at table. Go check them out. They're wonderful. Anyone got anything else? Nah.
I love you all, and I look forward to a lovely expedition with you, gentlemen.
Aww. Agreed. On that wholesome note, let's roll that intro.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be had in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
And welcome back. Hope you enjoyed Peter's voice. He is absent today as he's at a wedding shower. So that is where we're going to enjoy his wonderful presence.
Wedding shower? Wedding rehearsal? Or baby shower?
Not a baby shower. Wedding thing. It's a wedding thing. I don't... Engagement party. It's something to do with a wedding.
Something like that. It's people a wedding shower, married. Folks.
Yay. Anyway. I think I just did the friends fuck off. Moving on. Into the recap. Last week, a lot of things happened. A lot of lore got dumped on literally everyone. Probably the first time I've ever experienced having every character have some lore introduced to them. Yolondriel got his mind opened up to his past. Finestorm was able to get some information to what they're seeking out. Brolog changed the allegiance of the entire party from King Shago to Marcus, King Shago's older brother, well, Mathona, more accurately. Jartis was able to hunt down a little information regarding what he's looking for as well. And Abarat got some clarification to the aspects of the research he wants to do. Where we left off, they signed it, and Brolog was sending off a message to confirm with Shago and inform him, there we go, that's the word, that the contract is nullified. But first, Yolandriel, you found one of the Joffreys who's escorted you to where Princess Kostia currently is. He guides you through the labyrinth of a building to a side office close to where the library that you were first entered into is. Looks at the door and looks at you. She's just through that door. I will leave you to it. When you are done, your party will be waiting for you at the foyer. All you have to do is go down this corridor and turn left and then follow the stairs down the wall.
Oh, appreciate it.
My pleasure. And then he turns around and toddles off.
Okay. I stand there for a second, and I'm like, oh man, what am I going to say? And then I open up the door.
It's not locked. Give me a perception check.
I think that's a 18. Yes, 18.
18. Okay. When you open up the door, it opens freely, and you see Kostia very quickly jolt up from the chair and go, yes. Oh, Yolandriel. What can I do for you?
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Sometimes I get a little bit upset. Can't help but say things. But listen, we've come to an agreement with your uncle. Thing is that we might need your help in case your dad takes it the wrong way. So I was hoping you'd help us as a favor.
My father is unappreciative of my opinion. I don't think I could help you in that front. Unfortunately, I think if you need assistance in that, you're best to find my brother, Nero. He's the one my father actually pays any attention to. To be fair, he did negotiate a peace with the Flipper of the oh, goodness gracious, what are they called?
The Flippers of the Shallows.
No, not the Flippers of the Shallows. I want to say Shallows. Hang on. The Flipper of the Theocracy of Salo. He's the diplomat of the two of us.
Well, then maybe it'll help if he hears from both of you. If you decide to change your mind, tell him that the chosen one of Eshnar has come to the realization that Eshnar has been lying to all of us. And that
Sorry,
if
what?
your father... I just completely steamroll through it. And that if your father wishes to contact me to get a hold of me,
He's been what? You've got my curiosity as well, because as my father is a follower of Eshnar, as am I.
yeah, I'd probably start cutting that out now. False God ends up, be easier to show you.
Show me how.
I try and do the same things last week.
Okay. This... No, yeah, with your limited telepathy, you can show her.
All right. No roll? Awesome.
I will do a persuasion roll.
Ooh.
Ooh,
15.
15.
I was like, oh, 16. Then I was like, oh, yeah, -1.
Whoa. That is a rather strong revelation. You're a reborn.
Apparently.
That is truly fascinating.
Yeah. But if you change your mind and try and get in contact with him, he should know that things are in motion now that cannot be stopped. It has to be played out.
And what are your intentions? Do you plan on going through with it?
I don't have a plan yet, but we'll see.
False god or not, Eshnar has power. Whatever you plan,
he thinks
you're
he
going
has
to want to
power
do this.
over me. He doesn't. I don't think he ever did.
Does that mean you're not a cleric of Eshnar? From my understanding, you are.
I am, and I'm not. Me and him have a few things to discuss.
Oh, you've given me quite a lot to think about. Quite a lot.
And listen, take it from me. Don't stay angry at your folks. And then I'm going to give her the Daggerfim hello and goodbye. And say, take care of yourself.
I think that was the from what we talked about during that campaign, yeah. So, good luck. Try not to die. And before you go, I do owe you an apology as well. I'm under a lot of stress here. It's easy to get angry at a Loxodon of the Creed. They are
You have no idea.
unyielding.
Abrasive, as my mom would say.
I think I would like your mother.
See you around, princess. I say as I shut the door behind me.
All right.
And I head back.
Head back. You are all escorted to the door. Methana, Laundrel, you make it there about the same time everyone else would because you left before they left the dining hall. And that wasn't
I have
too
a
long
small
of a conversation.
conversation with Ileana.
She is not in the building anymore because she actually left.
Oh. That sucks. Okay.
Yeah, she upon review realized she had gone already. You could always ask one of the others though.
I'll ask Kalana, one of those floating servants.
One of the Joffreys.
Joffreys, that's it.
Yeah.
Joffreys, I need a pouch of powder that I can blow in people's eyes and blind them temporarily.
Fascinating. Yes, we have such substance. I believe... Just took out some trash quickly. I believe, Ileana has something in that in her workshop. If you do not mind waiting by the foyer, I will be there shortly.
No problem.
And he floats away and heads off that direction. That's something easily done, actually, inside the dining hall, as there are plenty of trophies there. By the time you all get to the foyer, that one is waiting for you, as well as another one who has a series of these small pins in their palm. Mathona... Very good. As discussed previously, everything you do is entirely up to you. We are in agreement of what needs to be done, how you achieve it. I don't care, as long as it gets achieved. You do not need permission from me for anything. Prologue. Your first payment is going to be withheld, because the money that has been supplied is still 2,000 short, and that is what your first payment is. Very good. As for the rest of you, she walks around to all of you and plops a small, I say small, actually it is actually fairly, it's 200 platinum, a sack of 200 platinum in each of your hands. This is your first payment. Upon a month's course of action, I will have another payment for you. Of course, if you achieve your goals and you give each heart to us, I may be inclined to give you a bit of a bonus for each delivery of a heart of the tree. And any research that you do, that you is deemed worthy of it, I may give you additional bonuses.
How much for Aberrant?
His research we already have. So no. Nice try, though. I respect that. Additionally...
Almost.
You are going to need these lapels. I must stress that you please do not wear them on the mainlands or anywhere else. Keep them on your persons at all times. But make sure that when you are approaching this building, wherever it might be, or the turtle here, you put it on. It will keep you safe from the guardians. There are 2 locations you can find this building inside Andrea. The first one is here, of course, traveling around. It primarily stays here. It is the most secure and safe location for us to be. The second one is in the ruins of Andrea. The only time we port there, though, is upon request. The ruins also have their guardians, and there is a effect in place to push people away from entering. Other than that, good luck on your mission, good luck appeasing the Shalos. Be sure not to tell them anything about what you see in here or what you learnt in here. We do not want them here. That is why we are doing this in here. There's a flying creature still flying around that is likely to see, and we'd rather not be seen by them.
Cool. I am highly disinterested in any more conversation. Let's just keep going. I seem like antsy.
Andrea seems a little antsy to go, so I will let you all go on your way. Prologue, step outside, send the message, and toss the ring back to me. Very good. steps out, sends his message, toss the ring back in, and sure enough, the golem does not form. You are safe to travel along the back of this turtle without being disturbed by its guardians. As you go through the wheat fields, you do see many of the scarecrows, but they look like scarecrows and are not active. There's no semblance of life in them at all. The tethers to the boat are still there. You can climb across. I won't have you do checks this time round. Last time, two of you almost died, and I would rather avoid that.
No.
But on the boat, there are individuals who are eagerly waiting for you to get back on. Who is going first?
I'm running up behind. I'm going to be the last.
Prologue's going first, then. He gets up to the top. Tontor grabs hold and helps him on. Each one of you are helped aboard by some of the crew. Boomstick Bill is standing there on the deck along with Sabre and Itanis. Boomstick looks at you. So, what'd you find?
Just your run-of-the-mill, haunted, evil, undead sea turtle.
Gonna give some people a chance to possibly give him a advantage on this deception check.
Please?
Yeah, Abrat will nod and be like, there really wasn't much of anything.
Before you roll, maybe some guidance, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, you can cast guidance on him, and with what Abarat said, you have advantage, your Londril. So advantage, and don't forget that guidance. Add a d4.
That's not bad.
+2.
That's not bad.
Oh wait, what does guidance exactly do?
You just won
It's a
D4.
D4. So I got a 19 with that guidance. With
19.
a 4 on the guidance.
Very nice. Very good. Let me just... that's probably one of the best you could do.
Yeah, that's as... Other than rolling a nat 20, that's probably as high as I could have got.
Okay. That's boring.
Yeah.
We lost so many ships trying to get onto this thing. Saw the combat happening on there. Guess it's just not worth it. Nothing to scavenge inside? Nothing of interest. Just a madman. Someone's living there?
Okay, I'm gonna...
Hermit.
Yeah. As he says hermit, as I'm going to reach for him, I just set my hand on his shoulder and I'm like, yeah, kind of a talkative guy. Didn't make a lot of sense.
All right. Well. Here you go. And hands Brolog a sack. You can hear many coin in there. There you go. Payment for the info. Of course, I'm going to be billing Sabdras for that, so not coming out of my pocket entirely. It's been an open bounty for the ship from the shallows, Sabdras's bounty, for quite a while. We can rest that one a bed. We good to keep moving though?
Believe so.
Let me do...
I fade into the shadows.
Fade into the shadows of the book. Of the boat. Wow, I rolled that straight out.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we found a nice little Deus Ex Machina to get us out of there. That was really nice.
Everyone goes straight into action, moving around Fine Storm, you go into the shadows. The rest of you, Jartis, Aberrat, Eulandriel, how are you? What are you all doing?
Abrat's
Batten down some hatches. Sorry.
What was that?
Abrat's actually going to go to the bowels of the ship and start finding nice dark corners, dark, like moist corners.
The boat is very well tended. You're not going to find...
Expected.
There's going to be... I mean, of course there's going to be wet spots, but you're not going to find any kinds of mold or any kinds
No,
of fungal
not looking
growth.
for mold. Not expecting to find any. Looking for nice, moist little corners to actually rest in.
For the
For
most
myself.
part, the only moisture found are on the top of the deck. Everything else is very well tended.
That's not dark enough.
No, it's not very dark. Especially in the middle of the day.
Still going to the dark corners of the ship.
Okie dokie. Jartis?
I think I'm going to employ my skills and see if any of the crew need any help. Does the crew ever need any help? Like, because I know the mast is pretty destroyed at this point.
The mast...
Unless
from what
Tantor
you've-
has totally got it recovered already.
So, when you go and when you ask about that, Tantor looks at you and is like, well, the mast, we've actually fairly got it repaired already. Thanks to Wisp and the twins, we were able to mend it back into place. The rest of it was just basic craftsmanship. I took care of that already. Thank you for the offer, though. Are you curious in learning the ways of sailing?
I am, sir.
Well, what aspects?
Mostly, how does one prevent oneself from getting scurvy and other such? I am not used to this whole seafaring life. Honestly, got sick a few times on the way over here.
The food
so if you
side
could
of
help me get my
things.
sea legs. Any tips, tricks of the trade.
Of course. If you'd like to start with the food side of things, then you're going to want to talk to Gorm. He's down below decks inside the food storage area. He'll be happy to tell you what the regiment of meals is.
Maybe he'll tell me what's up with this whole seaweed nonsense.
I'm not entirely keen on his seaweed stews, but they are very nutritious. This large Loxodon pats you on the back, big hands, so it covers basically your entire back. You're like, head down below decks and talk to Gorm.
So I head down below deck. I am genuinely interested in this situation.
Okay. Eulandriel, while they all walk off, Etonis kind of saunters a bit lackadaisically to you, not making himself obvious of what he's doing. He's still facing towards the turtle as everyone gets ready to sail away. So, what you actually find? He rolled a
Alright,
natural 20 on his insight.
Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna speak at him through my circlet. Like, circles come out of my forehead. I'm just gonna say,
Aquaman.
things have changed. I don't know how far they've changed, but they have. Met someone there, group of people. It's kind of hard to explain.
He thinks back to you, which you can hear. You might want to inform Sobre about that.
Yeah, I will. Or Brolog will.
Is it a good change?
I got a lot to think about. What'd you say? Sorry.
Is it a good change or a bad one?
I look at him directly in the eye and I say, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
He kind of does a... then looks at you and... Neat trick. And walks off.
Okay, I'm going to stand there for a minute. And then I am going downstairs to my room. I am going to spend as much time as it takes to meditate, get better connected with my celestial, and make this fucking belt work. And that
Alright.
is what I'm trying to do for as long as it takes.
Alrighty. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Christ on a crucifix, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 7 with a 1 on the die.
Oh, 91. Oh dear.
Yep.
Ah,
Great
that's a
time.
yikes.
Good times.
What a yikes,
Good times.
everybody.
Good times.
Okay. It's a little difficult. You've been back on the main, on a less rocky area for a bit now. It's harder to focus yourself on things, especially with what's gone on and what's been done to your mind fairly recently. There is, however, a strange presence in your mind.
Okay.
It seems familiar, but not. Like you... It's almost as if you're familiar with it because it's been there the entire time, but it's just now that you're feeling it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep
Alright.
rolling these nat ones, folks, until it works.
Oh, no more rolls for the day because that's going to
Mhm.
carry you through the entire day.
Gotcha. Ugh.
But the journey begins again, and you start going down the path back towards the living forest. Everyone, give me just a straight D20.
I hate my dice so much. I really, really do, because 19 on my dice. Why couldn't it be switched around?
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, no. Give me a D100.
Oh, D100, excuse me. All of us?
Yeah, everyone. You've got roughly. Let's see. Let me track this. Yeah.
Just the D100, not the percentile.
It is a
No,
percentile.
not D10.
D100 is a percentile.
Yeah. but
Am I gonna
D100
get enough?
Go ahead.
Am I gonna get enough time to get a long rest in? By the way.
This is for you, for the remaining days of your journey. Each one of these is going to be the effect of a day for the journey itself.
So yes.
So yes, for this day, the day goes by nicely. Everyone can take a long rest.
Cool.
So hit that beautiful long rest button and tell me your results.
I got an 82.
An 82. Jartis, what you get?
I got a 76.
76. Fine Storm.
63.
63. Your Laundriel.
59. So close to the sex number.
59. You all did one in the 80s, one in the 70s, one in the 60s, and one in the 50s. Good job. Oh dear. Righty-tighty. Alright. Well. Brilliant. Fantastic. The next day, Fine Storm, are you popping up by the, what's it called? Crow's Nest?
Yes, I'll do my shifts in the crow's nest.
Sorrelteak is up there. He lands eventually after doing some of his scouting missions, and there's a boat about a couple hours journey ahead. Looks to be Shallow's estate.
Do you wish me to pass it along, or are you going to pass it along?
If you'd like. I
How
can
much
pass.
time we got?
But you
Go
can
ahead.
too. Couple hours.
I did the last one. You got this one.
You did. True. You did the turtle. I'll take this one. Okay.
Yep.
He jumps off and flies down, and then eventually you see him talk to the captain at the helm, as well as Boomstick Bill, and he flies off again. You hear the captain yell out, "Everyone man your stations! We're gonna have company soon." Boomstick kind of looks around a little bit and whispers something, and she looks up and, "Fine storm. Do you mind changing the flag?
Okay.
There should be a chest up there. Just run up a white one."
A white one?
"Yes.
Not boomsticks?
Do we have one of yours?" "Oh yeah, we do." And Boomstick starts running towards the thing and start making his way up towards you. And he gets to you and like, "Yeah, I totally forgot I brought this with me. That's a good question and a good point. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one we want."
I raise boomstick's flag.
Depending on what boat, though. Not sure what kind of effect that's going to have. Some of the admirals
Admirals
don't
attack each
particularly-
other in Shallows?
Depends on which ones. We have a agreement when we're in the shallows. But up in the open seas, anything can happen.
Do we get to attack?
Oh yeah, if they attack first.
Can we attack first?
No. It's few of us have agreements that we don't attack first. We don't like doing that kind of stuff. We'd rather work in tandem with people as opposed to against. Some of the admirals, though, don't agree with that.
Okay.
It also depends on the captain of the boat. Oh, we'll see what happens. Anywho's, thanks. He starts making his way back down again.
I'll keep an eye out for the boat.
All right. In the meantime, what is everyone doing?
Albrat's going to take position where Anubis I used to stand.
Up towards the front of the boat,
Yeah.
watching everyone hustle and bustle and run around.
How high is the crow's nest?
You're about 60 feet up from the main deck.
Okay.
I'm going to go up to the top deck, and as I come up, I'm going to go, oh, God, it's bright. I still kind of have a headache. And then that's where I'm going to hang out.
All right. Jartis?
I am fully rested and preparing my spells for our day of expediting activities. So I'm just hanging out with my tomes of knowledge.
Hanging out with your tomes of knowledge. Hokely dokely. Few hours pass, and eventually, fine storm with your passive perception. As fun as it is, you see Sorrelteak coming back, and he says, lands in the crow's nest, and they're still heading our direction. They didn't change course.
Do they have a scout that saw us?
Well, they're
Or did they
in
just
action.
see you?
I don't think they saw me. I fly high. I have good eyes.
Okay. So do I.
Well,
Not
then,
as good as yours, of course.
I'll need to tell Bill what the flag looked like of theirs.
Okay.
He'll let us know what it is going to be.
Cool.
Which I need to roll that. Oh, you lucky bastards.
Nah, reroll. I use
It's-
my unlucky skill for a DM reroll. I want the bad outcome.
Flies down and tells Bill, and Bill eventually heads up to the captain at the helm, and they have a little conversation.
What do they say?
Oh yeah, you can read lips. This is their conversation. No, it's fine. It's just one of my sister's boats. As long as my flag's up there, we'll be fine. Oh, that's comforting. Good to know that not all of them are going to try to attack us. Oh yeah, well, if you were flying one of your own flags, they probably would. We are still pirates at heart. It's like common. Sometimes. Depends on the boat. You get well enough renown, no one will touch you. But you gotta get in Sabdras's good boat. Doing something like this helps. Not that, having to do it for a penance. That doesn't help. Well, good to know.
I need a flag.
Do you have a flag?
Do you have
I need a flag of Black Panthers.
Black
I have
Panther
a Black
flag?
Panther.
Kind of like
I need to make a
the
pirate name for myself.
English Royal Crest flag, but just a bunch of Black Panthers instead of lions. Yeah, that would be dope. The boat does come into view. Eventually comes
You'll watch
around. He gets close enough for shouting distance. And you hear Bill call out, "Fine seas! See anything?" "Drunok looks different. We almost confused it for the living forest. Careful in the waters in the area. Don't get too close." "What do you mean?" "They're shallower than they should be." All right. Thanks for the warning. Fair news. Floating island. Not worth our time. Tell Sabdras when you return. Good news indeed. Will do. We can stop losing boats to it. Safe journeys. Tell my sister hi. Boomstick stands there for a moment. Drunok. Shit. And turns and heads below deck. The day is uneventful. Aside from that small encounter. How are you all?
I did the same as yesterday.
Same as yesterday? Okay, give me another wisdom saving throw.
It's my mod, I think. 19, 13 on the die.
19, 13 on the die. There is... The belt itself is not calling to you just yet. But that presence in the back that you feel, you realize it's not coming from you. It's coming from the armor. And it's getting stronger because you're getting more pieces. The presence of someone being there is more complete.
Okay. I'm gonna keep trying with that belt as we go.
I need to find a piece of white canvas about the size of a flag
Well,
and
There's a-
some paint or tar, and I'm going to make my flag.
there is easy access to white canvas, an exact white flag shape, being the
Yeah.
white flag in the chest. You could use
Well,
that.
I mean,
or-
I don't want to use that one.
Okay.
I don't want to mess up their surrender flag.
There's
So I'm looking for something else.
okay. Are you asking anyone, or are you just
Nope.
looking for yourself? Okay. Give me an
I'm
investigation
just looking
check.
and taking. Passive?
Passive. Your passive is 18, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, easy enough. You find some tar. You find a piece of canvas that usually would be sails, but yeah, it'll
Now
work
here's
well
the
enough.
trick. Have I seen enough shallow state flags to be able to identify anything that would designate rank?
There's no designation. Ooh. Give me a history check.
History. Dead even roll. Natural 20, folks.
What we want.
There is. So you've noticed that each admiral, their own boats,
Yeah.
have a semblance from the make that each one of their boats has. Their flagship boat has an addition added to it of the shape and make of the sword that they earned to gain admiralty. For Boomstick Bill, his sword is embroidered, that's the word I'm looking for, is embroidered onto his flag to show that he is present on that boat. There are different ones for his sister. It was a more flowery type make one. For, what's his name, Savdras, it's the large, ancient-looking sword. Actually, no, his one was a fragmented sword, one that looked like was broken and shattered in many pieces.
Okay, so this is not going to be a quick job. I
It'll
want
take
this
some time.
to be right. But I want a pirate flag. So definitely pirate overtones with a picture of a panther. And then I will embroider a claw on it.
Okay. All right, yeah. You're going to take, saying you're taking
So
some
however
time.
many days.
Yeah, do a proficiency check, but with advantage, seeing as you're taking your time with it.
Proficiency on what? I don't know. What
Performance, I'm sorry. I said proficiency, I
Performance
meant
check.
performance, yeah.
So performance with advantage?
Performance with advantage.
A 7 is the best at the moment.
Okay.
If it doesn't look right, I'll start again.
We'll get to it. You're taking some days for it.
Yep, take a
We're
days.
on the second day of journey.
Yep.
Towards, for the rest of you, your laundry, you're doing your focus on the belt. That's going to take a good chunk of your time. Jartus and Abarat.
Oh
Anything
yeah,
for the
and
day?
yoga.
And
every
yoga,
day.
of course.
As always.
As always. Typical.
Yeah, mark that down, folks.
Well, I'm just kind of chilling until we get to the forest. So, I think I'm just gonna be walking around, making general conversation with the crew or anyone who's on deck. Not really what I run into.
Yeah. Abrad's going to be in the dark parts of the ship reading that book that Yorlandril handed to him back at the estate.
Okay. Right. And Jartis, I'm sorry, what were you doing? You're still...
I am done with my tomes. Tome time is now over, so I am heading on deck. I don't know if there's any crew around.
There's
Just making some
crew
general conversation.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. What, just on the top of the deck?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Just killing time.
There are, in general, a few crew members on the top deck, taking about general course of canter. When you get up and just start looking around, you hear someone say, "Looking for anything particular?" You turn to see this gnome who's just nonchalantly sitting on a crate,
Gnome.
tuning a lute. Looking at you, smiling. He seems a very friendly individual. You know him to be Kandros. You've been on the boat long enough. You know the crew's names.
Don't know why I did not connect it. He was a gnome until now. So I guess I'll just talk to Kandros. Not really looking for anything in particular. More looking for a way to kill some time. How often do you tune that thing?
Whenever I pull it out, I've got 5 instruments, so each one I use in a different day. I like to keep the crew's spirits up with nice, jaunty tunes and lovely singing. That's my job.
Don't I have a musical instrument of some sort?
Sus.
Sus.
I thought I did. Must not. Huh. Never mind. So, I'll ask him what he was doing while we were all in the mansion. What was the hippie happies on the ship? I never actually found that out.
Well, they were all eagerly waiting. There was a little banter of whether or not some people should be going aboard. Itanas was trying to get another crew to go on. Another party. Then Sorrel-Teak told us you were all being attacked by things, so that didn't happen.
Must have been pretty nice hanging out back here watching it all happen.
Huh. I loved it. I hate being part of that stuff. Itanas, though, ugh, he gets antsy.
Bet. Why don't you play him a little tune to soothe his spirits?
Soothing Itanas' spirits is, well, they're always soothed. Itanas is always, calm and collected. He just gets antsy and wants some action. He wants to constantly be moving, doing stuff. But I've honestly never seen him angry. All the years I've known him.
Well, you must know him well to even be able to detect that in him. Sounds like a pretty collected guy.
Yeah, tight-knit group.
I think me and him could get along pretty well. So do you do a lot of reading?
Reading? No.
Oh.
Unless it's musical notes.
I'm trying to find someone who... I don't know, I've recently come in contact with a language that I did not recognize at all, and I did not think that that was quite possible.
Well,
So,
got a wide crew. For the most part, from what I know, pretty much everyone here, you can cover most of the languages. What is it?
See, that was the issue. I didn't even know where to begin. It was so foreign, I didn't even know where to start.
What'd it look like? Can you,
So what did those symbols that we were in the library, what did those look like? Were they like hieroglyphic, or were they
Let me just
kind
flip
of
to a
phonetic?
page. They look like that. Hang on. Let me get closer to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Folks, he can read that.
I can.
I will say, well, it looked very much like something between the cross of, I don't know, one of the old recipes that I've seen, and some kind of doctor's note handwriting. I couldn't tell what was going on.
Jardis, give me a history check. You were actually told what the language was called, but I'm not going to give it to you. But I'll give you a history check to see if you remember.
Okay, so my history is +2. Oh, I went from a 19 to a 3. Oof. 5. Ouchie, Wawa.
Yep, sorry, can't help you. I don't know, unless you know the name of it.
Well, I was so enamored with its mere presence, I forgot to take any information down. Any additional information down, so I'll have to follow up with you on that.
But hang on. I thought you guys didn't find anything on there, though. I thought it was just an empty haunted mansion.
I didn't. I need a deception check.
What are you saying before you roll that?
So I'm gonna say I didn't say anything about finding anything on the island. Like, little gaslighting technique.
Okay, yeah. Go for it. Give me a deception, yeah.
So I did kind of just say that, but oh no. 5 plus 6, so an 11.
An 11?
Thanks, Ben.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, I must have misunderstood you. Where'd you see it then?
You know, the whole island was just such a blur. I couldn't tell what was happening in the field versus what was happening in battle with those crazy things in the field. It was like a fog of mystery in and of itself.
Cool. Where'd you see the language, though?
The language, yes, right. That was in a book that I found in the field that I could not take with me, unfortunately.
That sucks.
Mysterious, yet it was. I had to leave it behind.
Well, fun stuff. But you don't
Toodles!
know. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I better
see
go
ya.
check on your Landrill. I think he needs some help with that meditation.
Oh, yeah, he probably does. If you need some music, let me know. He says as you
Gotcha.
head down the stairs.
I very, very slowly and casually will make my way back down. This is why I don't hang out on the deck.
That was close. As you do start heading down the stairs, you see Boomstick Bill on the deck. He looks at you and smiles and like, hey. Doesn't engage in any conversation. He rolled a natural 20 to hear what you were talking about, so he heard what you were saying, but he did not succeed on his insight check, so you fooled him too.
Oh.
You got lucky there, good sir. You got so lucky.
I guess that's a character flaw. I got a little excited and I was talking about things. And...
Clever
mouth.
I can fix that.
Oh, no.
Oh dear. Aberrat.
I'm a deception.
The book. You can get through a few of the pages. As you are able to read it, it is still a little difficult because they are it's like chicken scratch. It's hard to make out at times.
Like a doctor's note.
Like a doctor's note, yeah. Only other doctors can really read it. Fun stuff. There's the lore behind it.
Wait, a quick question. Is it written like someone taking notes?
No, it's written like a diary.
Oh, okay.
It's
cool.
a journal of sorts. A journal of, from what you can tell, the course and actions taken in a different place. Not in Nathriel. He mentions multiple times a place called Parkoth, where there are other warring nations, that there's a group of people who have sworn their fealty to a fiendish being and have waged war against the other nations surrounding them. For now, from what you're reading, he's decided to embed his main place of work in a place called, near a place called Trilith, where he says he's started his laboratory there to begin his process of growing himself. From the context, you don't quite fully understand what that means, but it is interesting to read the dynamics of the different places around. There are aspects to it that appeal to you, in the fact that there's a group of... Oh shoot, what were they called? This is the problem with having so many worlds. You get your lore mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
People who hunt down those who are of specific kind. Like if you're a warlock or if you're a sorcerer, if your magic is not divine, if it is not granted to you, given to you in...
Inquisitor?
No, they're not Inquisitors. They're called something else.
I even forget. And I played that campaign.
You played that campaign. But they hunt them down to kill them. So if sorcerers are people who are impure in their eyes, this individual group of people, these group of people, they come from the nation called Heroes, a nation full of paladins who were granted powers from the gods. And...
Archons?
Not Archons, no. But they... Even though they see fit to go about this, they have also abstained from the war, choosing to hide behind their walls. For now, Primus and something... You know what? I'm going to bring up the map. I need my map, people.
While you do that, I am about to burst.
Yeah, go
I
use
drink
the...
way too much water.
You know all this anyway. Where are you, Parkoth? You know what? I still have that campaign up in the Roll20s. I'm just going to use the old map. Here we go. Sirenscape, everybody. It's a beautiful thing. Kalthos. The people from Primus and Kalthos are both struggling to defeat those in Jarto. Although Zangroth, deserty area, wastelands, they are sending out and being hired out to assist in this war. Their efforts are still difficult. The powers of the Fiend are quite strong. He mentions how the granting of this divine rights and divine powers is through strange means, something he's never quite seen before. And he's curious on how to capture those means and create his own ends about it. For this day, that is as far as you get into the journal.
Tormentor?
No, not it. It is very specific and very, very different. I don't think we're ever going to guess it.
Ah, okay.
It's going to bother me. I'll find it later and I'll post it in the Discord. Speaking of which, Discord. that is the course of the day. Where are you all retiring for the night?
Hanging out in one of those hammocks, baby.
Crow's nest.
Crow's Nest. Yolondriel, I did not hear what you said.
The room I have to stay in.
The room. Brolog's in there as well. Abrat?
This dark corner of which I'm reading the book, I will also stay in.
Okie dokie. I am going to bring you over to the map so you can put yourself in said dark corner.
He's got a map.
You know what that means? Fun time.
Ouch time!
Ouch time.
That is the stairs.
Oh, what does it say? Birds.
Abrat, those are stairs.
Yeah, isn't that the stairs to further down?
That is the stairs further down, yes. You in the
That would
hold?
be. Yeah, because that's the darkest part of the boat.
Definitely is the darkest part of the boat at this point.
The darkest part of the boat is where I'm at.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Fine Storm, are you keeping watch for the night?
If it's my shift.
Let's see. Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm keeping watch for the night. Do 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 do. Bird, bird, fish, fish, bird, fish.
Bird, bird, fish, fish, bird, fish.
Hey, that's new.
Something crawling on the side of the boat. It looks spindly. Little
Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling,
seaweed
jingle
type
bells.
hair ringing the bells. You
Yep.
all wake up to loud ringing. Abrat, give me a perception check. Actually, no, give me a... Yeah, give me a perception check. Your passive's not going to do it because you're sleeping. I want to see if you wake up because you are in the hold of the boat.
I don't sleep.
No, but you have to go into a meditative state.
26.
Yeah, you hear the ringing. And it brings you out of your state. Loud enough. What you see, Fine Storm, is on either side of the boat, a few of these green sea foam green skinned creatures pulling their way up onto the boat. From what they can tell, quietly, and then you start ringing and all of their heads just snap up to you. Sorrel Teak flies
Go
away.
flip them off. Nah, you thought you could sneak up on me? I'm Captain Claw. The Dread Pirate.
Etanis looks up and is like, "What you ringing that for?"
We're being boarded.
Here's where we're going to roll initiative.
Initiative.
Yeesh.
Isn't it exciting?
Time for that natural one, folks.
Keep those rolls until we're ready here.
Damn.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And there you go.
Oh.
You are in the crow's nest, 60 feet up. The deck is currently empty. But everyone inside the boat is flying awake. Jartis, to get to the level above is going to take a full turn. So to get to where, not Jartis, sorry, Aberrat. To get where you have your token, it's going to take a full turn to get there. So your first turn is going to be spent getting to those stairs.
That's what I was actually going to be something I was going to ask. Thank you for answering.
Yes, let me get the right music going here. Wonderful sounds. Okay. Oh dear.
Oh, sea hags.
Yeah, that's what you rolled. Good job.
Hags owe the sea.
Hags over the sea. And what did our boy Tarnis get? He's the one at the helm right now. Oh dear. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Wow! Not bad. 17. Okay. Oh dear.
Oh no, who's playing Prologue?
Yeah, while
no.
you try to figure that out, I totally forgot to adjust the overlays of the battle screen.
You do that.
Dun dun dun.
So you all fight that out. Who's doing Prologue?
I'll do Prologue.
Yes.
Peter can get mad at me later.
You didn't play Prologue properly.
Oh dear.
Oh, awesome.
No, that's not gonna be it. Here we go. Do 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 do.
Oh, Peter, I love the way you built him. Everything he has advantage on either has +0 or +3.
Oh, that's Peter for you. He did a lovely job, didn't he?
Yes.
I will fix all this later. We'll have to repair this screen, but... It's going to work for now!
Oh, he has the advantage on initiative. God.
He does. Isn't that great? There we go. Look at that. I'm getting good at doing that. Proud of myself. Hercule Dokley, your laundry.
Mine was an 8. And then if you want Prologues right after, I've got that.
Yes, Prologue.
12.
12. Aberrat.
20.
20. Jartis.
My roll was
I already forgot it.
3.
Oh dear. 3.
Good stuff all around, folks. It's going to be a fun one.
And Fine Storm.
Yeah.
23.
Good grief. 23.
I rolled low.
Yeah, that actually is fairly low for you, isn't it? Sorrel Teak is going to actually be partaking in this as well. Going to need his character sheet up too. Getting things set up for all this stuff is just a delight.
Always.
That's too far. Oh, where are you? Maybe that wasn't too far. Oh. Here we go. Perfect. Right. So up first, Sorrel Teak.
Yay.
Rolled a natural 20 plus 5, so
Nice.
25. He is going to take flight. Fly out and, oh right, that's the wrong screen. Awkward. Actually gonna try to see these things. Of which he does not. He's flying around with his bow and his feet looking, and looks up at you, Finestorm's like, where are they?
Both sides coming up the side of the ship.
He's gonna fly out to this area, and that is his turn. Flying around trying to spot them, because they haven't quite made it up yet. Or finished making their way up into the limelight of things. Second up is you, Finestorm. Abra, you're on deck.
Okay, so this is going to be tricky, and it might be considered delayed attack. I need to know when this sea hag hits the deck.
Okay. They're not on the deck yet, so what are you
Exactly.
planning? What are your thoughts?
When this sea hag hits the deck, I am jumping out of the crow's nest, claws out, and hit him with full body weight.
I get it. Okay.
Cat style.
That is going to be a held attack. Yeah, it's a held attack.
Yeah, held attack.
But you get yourself ready onto the railings of the crow's nest and get
Doing
ready
the
to
calculations and the
jump back.
measurements, and like,
You see
little does
their
he
butt
know.
wiggle.
Getting
The
ready
cat
to
butt
pounce.
wiggle.
Yeah.
It's like
As he,
the
like,
butt
sent
wiggles
it
down.
down.
Love it.
Ears
Perfect.
go flat back.
Yep.
Aberrat.
Eyes
War
wide.
mode.
It's movement plus double movement basically to get to those stairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm at this top of these stairs now.
At the top of the stairs. Getting to the top of the stairs right there.
Yep.
After that are the sea hags. Do. Let me just refresh my memory on. Right. The made your
It
presence.
shouldn't be expected either.
You made your presence very well known by
I
ringing
know,
the bell.
they know I'm there.
They know you're
But
there.
do
They see you
expect
there.
to be-
They don't
Okay.
expect you to jump on them, but they do see you there.
Yep.
The one you're looking at currently
Mhm.
is going to look up at you and just snarl. I would snarl, but throat's still not
Okay.
100%. So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ten.
10. Okay. You are considered frightened of this creature. You cannot intentionally move closer to it. It is a terrifying visage before you, and it's going to continue snarling towards you. I'm going to put that on there. For this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's going to make it up to there. They're going to snarl at Etonis. Who looks at it and is like, oh no, you ugly thing. He rolled an 18 on his, just naturally there with his wisdom added, is total of 23. He made his save. This one is going to pop onto the deck, take a look at Sir Altik, who's flying around, and make him do the same thing. Rolled a 12 to 16. He succeeds as well. That is going to be their turn. This one is actually going to There we go. That is going to be them. This one does come onto the deck. With the frightened, you not being able to move closer to it, the held action sadly does not go off. That is a wonderful thought. Unfortunately, the save wasn't there. Next is going to be Etonis, who is going to take a look at this one and give it some attackies. Oh, is he? Hey, he's a swashbuckler. He has advantage. There's nothing else in around. He hits. It's just a D8. Oh, plus a D6. He pulls out his blade, which has a little frosty mist to it, stabs through with the rapier and manages to slam it just in one of its pecs and pierce through the thick hide that you see. It snarls back at him. He deals a good old whopping. What is plus 5, 12. 12 piercing and 4 frost. No resistances. Good. So 16 damage. Now he's now engaged in combat with that one. His crew member's actually not there. Oh, what? That being their turn, they're now crawling onto the deck. Firestorm, what you can see is they're still moving fairly quietly, trying to stay hidden inside some shadowy areas during the night. You can see them very plainly because their stealth is not as good as your passive perception, but they are still quiet enough. After Etonis is Brolog. What is Brolog doing?
Brolog is going to sit up in the bed that is far too small for him, if I remember correctly.
Far too small.
Axe already in hand. It's going to look at your laundry roll and say, well then, let's see what all the ruckus is about. And with a smile on his face, he's going to use his full movement this round to get to the top of the deck, I am assuming. As close to as possible.
He is prone, so getting up out of the bed is half movement.
That's true.
But
okay,
that's
well then...
20 feet. You do have an action to use for a dash, though, so you can move up to 60 feet.
Yes, I'm definitely going to dash. You mean up to 80?
60. 60, because getting out from prone.
Yep.
That still gets you onto the top of the deck.
Okay. And that's his turn.
That is... So he's going to... He moves up to here. I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw for him. As this has...
is this to be frightened, kind sir?
Yes, it would.
Okay, advantage.
Ooh. Things just happened.
What is his wisdom, you said?
Wisdom, yeah.
Wisdom saving. Oh, 16. You have advantage, Peter, on on these things, but nothing in wisdom.
He looks... Firestorm, you'll see this one snarl again at something coming up from the deck, and you see the trunked figure of Brolog come up and just like, doesn't work on me. As he prepares to start getting ready for an attack of his own. Afterwards is your Laundriel.
Okay, hearing the bell, and Brolog getting up and saying that to me, I remove the night the night shades from my eyes. Gonna give me the salt too. Sorry. I remove the sleep pads from my eyes, and I'm like, oh, 7 hells or 9 hells, and I'm gonna get up and then use my full movement to get up there. So however far I can go.
You can get right behind Brolog.
Okay, I'm gonna get right behind Brolog. And then, as a bonus action, because I am a cleric, so I do these things every once in a while. Let me see, where's my bonus actions? I'm gonna cast, screw it, Shield of Faith. 1 bonus action on Brolog. A shimmering field appears around and surrounds a creature of your choice within range, granting it +2 bonus to AC for up to 10 minutes concentration.
Shield of Faith on Brolog?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Giving him +2 to his AC, so that means he's at a 23. Let's fucking go, folks.
A barbarian with AC is terrifying, everyone. It's just terrifying.
And now that I'm playing both characters, I can in tandem this. Let's go!
If you don't mind moving your character, Yolandra,
I got you.
you would be right behind Brolog. He is blocking the stairs. He should technically be right there.
Visually.
That's his full movement.
Okay, then I will.
So, yeah, nice. Okay. From what you see, Yolandra, when you start looking around at everyone on the boat, people are waking up from their hammocks, but seeing you and Brolog charge upstairs, no one's taking action to join you. After the last combat and how quickly you all took care of it, they're kind of leaving you to it. Especially
Lazy
seeing as
bastards.
one of the crew
Lazy
members died.
Sons of bitches. Yeah. All right. That is my turn. That is everything I can do.
Shield of Faith, that was a bonus action, right?
Yes, bonus action.
Bonus action, sweet.
Concentration, 10 minutes.
Cool. Concentration. Jartis, it's you.
All right, well, I hop out of my little hammock, and let's see, what's my movement? 35 feet. Is that enough to go upstairs?
You do have a measuring tool. The stairs are currently blocked by Brolog
that's
and
right.
Yolandriel. But you can get to the base of the stairs, and past them, you can see 2 of these spindly green, seafoam green with like seaweed hair-colored long noses, elongated limbs, very creepy looking creatures standing at the top of the deck.
Let's see. Would I be able to cast Entangle out in the... It says they just sprout from the ground.
You
I'm sure
would?
Ground was... Okay. I
Yeah,
think I'm
they
gonna
would be
cast
sprouting
Entangle.
from the boat, yeah. You could cast
So-
Entangle.
My range is 90 feet, so I can just have it cast on the...
I do believe you need to see where you're casting that.
Yeah. You'd have to be able to see the ground.
So-
Because I
you
can
would-
see them, right? From
Yes,
the
you
bottom
would
of
be
the...
able to see this, but keep in mind, Entangled does not differentiate from friend or foe.
Oh.
Yep.
How
You would
are we
be-
on our strength saving throws, crew?
I can fly.
Brolog's, I'm very strong, as he still continues his axe, prepping.
Worried
Swing.
about Everett.
He's like
His axe
mid-swing as
swing.
he says this
I am
before his next
strong.
turn.
I think I'm gonna cast it.
You gonna cast it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ping where you would like to cast it. You can see these squares. Well, just these two, actually. Where Brolog stands and where this one stands.
I'm gonna cast it right there.
There?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I'm going to... what's the radius of it?
Where is that? So its radius is 20 feet.
$20-foot square or 20-foot circle?
Yeah, 20-foot square. Or that's the area, I guess, rather.
Area is a 20-foot square. Okay. And do they make that save when they move, or immediately?
It says a creature in the area when you cast the spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained until the spell ends. Creature restrained can use its action to make a strength check, and on success it frees itself.
Okay. Then, Yolandriel, I need a strength saving throw from yourself and Peter.
Cool.
Peter,
I'm gonna do Peter
Brolog.
first.
Brolog is not raging, so not with advantage.
Yep. I was gonna save that rage until the beginning of this.
Lack of rage.
It's gonna be a 9 for Brolog and
He's restrained.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna be a nat 1 for me to a total of
no. Did I just
4?
block my way to even getting up there?
Yep.
So Brolog's restrained, you are restrained. They rolled a 15.
Yep.
Or a 12 plus 3 for a total of 15. The other one rolled a natural 20 for a total of 23.
So I succeeded in just entangling my friends.
You succeeded in entangling your friends, yes.
Why does
That's a
Jarvis-
lovely try. And it's only encompassing the top of the deck. As you are not on the top of the deck right now, you do not need to make a save. But you do see roots start sprouting from the bottom of the deck, and you hear somewhere in the background Tontor go, "Oh, come on!" As he's going to have to repair that in the future. With that being your turn, we're back to the top with Sorrel Teak. Finestorm, you're on deck. Sorrel Teak can see them now. He is going to shoot at... You know what, we'll do a d4. See which one. Ah, this one. Okay, let's get a little nicer view on that, shall we? Natural 1.
Cool.
Bolt-like arrow gets released. You all hear a and then as it splashes into the ocean. That would have been dope.
Where in the ocean?
Up in this direction.
Would it have flown by me?
No, not close enough. Also,
Okay.
this is more of a bolt. It's a projectile you would not want to catch, because it would easily take you with it.
Okay. What's to say that's a bad thing? Where it landed would have been a bad thing, but if it hadn't landed out there, it would not have been a bad thing. It would have been. I would have moved closer to him without me actually wanting to move closer to him. I was just playing catch.
True. Made a couple of little adjustments there. That's his turn there. He only has one attack action. Unfortunately. Finestorm, you're up with Abra, you're on deck.
So I can't move closer to this guy.
No, unfortunately.
But I
You
am
won't find
60
him.
feet up, and this guy is 20 feet away. Doing the math, I think I can still do that attack.
Yes, you could. Give me an acrobatics.
Yep. expected that. Let's see if the dice fail me now. A natural 20 plus 8 for a 28.
Beautiful.
Precision. Slunk.
Beautiful, precise,
Nice.
claws out. You're going straight into the back of this creature. So you're using that'll take your movement to do that. Give me an attack roll with that natural 20. I'm going to give you an advantage on that.
It'd be an unnatural 20.
Dirty 20, perfect.
Dirty 20.
That hits.
Do I roll for my claw damage as well?
Yes.
As
Claw
the
damage
body weight?
and sneak attack.
Oh, claw damage and sneak attack.
You had
Okay.
advantage on the dice roll. You get
Yeah, that's
sneak
true.
attack for that.
So, the claw damage is 12.
Okay.
The sneak attack damage is another 10.
Another 10. Okay.
So 22 for me.
Holy crap.
Did I shred him on the way down?
Well, first off, you land directly on top, push this creature prone onto the ground, so they are prone now. Let's get that on there for that. You will be considered right there for this on the ground. You would also take 25 points of fall damage, but they also take 25 points of that damage.
So I only take 5.
You only take 5 because of monk bullshit.
Monk, cat, thief. Yeah.
When you
It's all
land,
bad.
the claws sink in deep. Your fingers even sink a little into the flesh, and you hear this sickening cracking sound of bones breaking under the weight of the pressure that you've just put onto this creature. It is struggling to breathe and not doing so hot. That was effective. Anything else for your turn? That was movement, and
Do I still have a bonus action?
you do still have a bonus action.
Fury of blows.
Oh my god.
Let's play with my new pin cushion.
It's still at advantage because you are, now that you're on the ground in the situation, he's flanked with Prologue.
He's prone. Also,
Also prone, yeah. He,
prone
very,
is advantage.
very advantage.
Natural 20, which will be double damage. For that attack,
Remember how
do
we do
we-
damage? It's max.
max plus,
Max
yeah.
Should we
damage
just
plus a roll.
leave? Should the rest of us just leave the combat? Should we just go take a nap?
And it will be,
Got some chicks.
I can't remember. I think it's plus 9. Yeah, it's plus 9, so 26 for the other roll.
You finish the job. How are you finishing it?
I am just tearing a pillow apart.
Just
I'm just shredding him and letting chunks fly.
chunks of flesh and green blood just start splattering everywhere as you start tearing into the flesh, catching parts of the broken bone, ripping it free. This thing is eviscerated.
Don't even have to roll damage.
Very, very dead. No, it only had 10 left.
Oh. And I'll
Don't.
say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Fear the dread pirate claw.
And that will
Okay.
be it for me.
All right, strength saving throw.
Now I get entangled, but oh well. It was worth it. Natural 1.
Oh my goodness.
See, it all balances out, folks. But that was so
Here,
worth
I
it.
was gonna cast a level 4 charm person to redeem myself, and there's just a spray of gore everywhere.
Rips it to shreds. Okay. Habarat, it's you.
All right.
The sea hag's on deck.
I want to move right here, but there's a crew member there. When I approach, I'm going to gently push him to the side and say, "Excuse me."
It's like, oh, all right. And he, where exactly are you moving again? Ping
This
it.
one.
That one? Okay, yep, he moves.
I'm going to step right there. All right, I can see this hag, right?
Just the one, yeah. The other
Just the
one,
one. All right,
you're
can
getting
I
up just in
see-
time to see the blood being thrown everywhere and pieces of bone and flesh flying as Firestorm eviscerates this thing to pieces.
That's very. I approve of that. Can I see 5 feet up and behind the sea hag so that he's within a 5 feet section right here
You can see...
in the air?
Yes.
All right, I'm casting Call Lightning at level 4.
Okay. Read that off to us. What does it do?
A storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius centered on a point you can see within range directly above you. Directly above me. Actually, hold on a second. I might not be able to see directly above me because I am still down here.
Yeah, directly above you is the deck.
Yeah. So never mind. I can't do it directly above me, so I can't actually cast that yet. So instead,
Would be
I'm going
cool if
to
you could.
wild shape symbiotic entity.
Okay, what's that do?
So I use my wild shape to awaken the spores that infuse me, and I gain 28 temporary hit points and roll double damage for my hail of spores damage, and deal an additional 1d6 necrotic damage when I hit with a melee weapon. Not that I do any of that. But I have 28
Okay.
temporary hit points now.
Brilliant. Perfect. And that takes a bonus action or action?
That's an action.
That's an action. Great. That's awesome. You, Jartis, this fungal growth next to you is beginning to ooze little clouds of misty green around itself that are beginning to fill the area. You see the crew start to react to it and just back away. Some of them who are still in their hammocks, just kind of trying to sleep through the battle, are now scampering out of their hammock and going, whoa, 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 whoa.
As a note, it does look like none of the dust particles get anywhere near them. It just kind of flows around them.
Still frightening to them.
Still
to a
very
degree.
scary.
I...
Gross.
Is it my turn or am I
No,
responding?
it is not.
No.
That is that's just what you see. Just describing the scene to you. Is that your turn, Abarat?
That is everything I can do right now.
Okay, it is their turn. The Uranus is on deck. Firestorm, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Get wrecked. Scrap.
$15.
15. There is this cold chill about your skin that just begins to sink into your body. You manage to shrug it off, but it's still trying to work its way into you. The Thomas is also having to make the same throw, and what is his wisdom? Oh yeah, he makes it too. It's very unsettling. And this one is going to turn, look at Brolog, and snarl at him. I need a
luck.
wisdom saving throw from Brolog.
Good luck. 17.
17.
Thank God for that advantage.
It is then going to see what Firestorm just did. He succeeds. And take a couple of steps
Away from Firestorm.
away from Firestorm. And goes in that
That's the
direction.
proper reaction.
He is not, but I think his movement is halved because of the thing. Her movement's hagged because of the radius thing, but they're not restrained.
It's hagged.
It's hagged. It's hagged. That is the 3 of them. This one is moving towards there. Perfecto. Etonis. It's like, what are these things doing? Their presence is chilling. And he goes for another attack. With his Frostbrand rapier. Still with advantage, because they're alone up there. Thank God for advantage. Yeah, he barely hits. He meets the DC. Oh, good. Dealing 9 points of piercing and 6 points of frost. So, you know, he's doing some fine work on the one with him. He's now poked another hole inside of it. Some green blood is beginning to ooze from this creature as he continues to dance around it. It is Brolog's turn. Yolandriel, you're on deck. You're taking 2 turns back to back.
For flavor, both me and Brolog turn at the exact same time and look at Jardis, and I say, yeah, we need to talk about that spell. And then Brolog's going to use his bonus action to rage.
Perfect.
And try and get out of this shit.
Might I also mention the spell lasts for 1 minute?
Yes.
Which is a long time in
It is a
combat.
long time in combat.
Because each turn is
Each-
15 seconds. Right?
No, each turn is 6 seconds. You've got 10
Six.
turns of this.
10
Oh
turns.
my god.
He's going to try and strength his way out of this.
Okay, using bonus action used to rage, action
Yep.
to break free.
Nat 20 on the first roll. Where the fuck was that the last time around?
Brolog just rips the tendrils of this green growth off from him, getting angry in the process. Turns to you, Jartis, and says, "Indeed."
That was everything I can do, right?
You have movement. He has 20
I
feet
do
of
have-
movement. His movement's halved because of the area, but
Oh, but
he is also
He
blocking the
has-
stairs right now.
yes, but he has instinctive pounce. As a part of your bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half of your speed.
Very good. So
So
got
he's got
40
full
feet of
speed.
movement right now. He's got full speed.
Oh! Okay. He is going to... I can't move his character. You should put that
Okay,
in real quick. Let me move his character.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Sirenscape, folks. The beautiful sounds you're hearing as...
You're good. You can move it.
As I... Okay. It's going to go 5, 10, 15 up like that.
Okay.
And get on this side of this. And he's getting ready. And then that's his turn.
Perfect.
I didn't end up needing the full 30. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
In case I had to. And then I'm going to... I have to... Either way, I have to try and strength my way out of this. So I'm going to use my bonus action to... Where's it at? Oh, as an action. No, that is an action. That's right. Never mind. I'm just going to try and strength out of this. With a dirty 20
Wow.
to get the fuck out of there.
You break free as well.
Woo, folks. 17 on the die for that one. I'm going to go 5, 10. Ooh. It's an opportunity of attack if I do that. Yeah, I'm just going to go right here. And me and Brolog are going to box this guy in. And that is our turns. I wash
It's
my hands. for this.
looking between the two of you, just... Oh. snarling and hissing.
That's it.
Perfect. Jartis, it's you. Wait, no. Yes. Did we? We did not. You did your spore thing this turn. So Jartis, it is you. Soraltik on deck.
Let's see. So I'm at the bottom of the deck still.
You're just
You
on the
are.
level below.
And you can no longer see any of the creatures. I will tell
see
you one
any of
thing.
the terrain.
No.
Any
Of
you
the
can't.
plants?
So it is a concentration spell to get rid of the growth around. You can drop concentration just for free, and it will end the spell.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm trying to do then.
That's a free thing to do.
I was about to cast Speak
Yay.
with Plants, so
Anything else?
so-
You've got your full turn still to do.
I'm a pretty good jumper. Can I jump up to the top? Will that eat an entire action?
That's just part of your movement.
Oh, that's
Read the
right.
ability,
The jumping is a part
because
of
it's
the
an
movement.
ability, right?
Yeah, I remember now that the jumping, it does cost normal movement. It's
Yeah.
not a special thing. So let's see. Oh. So if I hold, no.
Going the wrong way.
There we go. Okay, so we are trying to go here.
No, you're literally just trying to go up these steps.
You are right
here.
in front of the stairs. The stairs you were just motioned to go below deck.
Is right here.
Where is this?
This
No,
right,
right
here, next to you.
They are right in front
Is-
of you.
Over here.
Oh, I think I understand what's happening right now. So I'm colorblind. It's very difficult for me to see shades of brown and tan and green. So I did not identify that as stairs. I thought that was just a shadow.
Okay. I'll see what I can do to
I'm
navigate
zooming
around
in
that.
now, and I can see the texture a lot better. So with that in mind, I was always wondering where those stairs were.
I'll see if I can put something in the future to signify where stairs and deck levels are for you.
Oh, yeah, that might actually help in the future. So I guess if there's no plants, I'm just gonna go on deck. Is that 5 feet? How long are the stairs?
They're 5 feet to get on, and then it's 5 feet to get onto the deck level.
Okay.
So if you go 5 feet onto the stairs there, can you see your character? Just fine.
Uh-huh.
This being your character, that leads you to that point over on the left side here.
Okay.
So you'd be there. That's 5 feet. At that point, you would be able to see this hag. And this one.
I think I am. And it is within. Shoot.
You still have
Only throw a
movement.
flame. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I'm going to move him right here next to Firestorm.
Okay,
And then
easy enough.
I am going to, just because I can produce a flame at will and throw it 30 feet, I can take 1d8, I guess.
So the produce flame to throw again. It's the at will for the you don't need verbal, semantic, or material.
Or as an action.
It is an action to use the spell.
Okay, then.
You still have an action. You have your action and your bonus action left still, so you can do
wow.
that. But it will be an attack roll.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do an attack roll on that.
Produce flame and throw the flame. Perfect. Roll d20 and add your spell modifier.
Is it a d20? Does 11?
So, yeah.
Its modifier is +5, so that's 16.
16. That hits.
Nice. So then I have to roll a d8 for fire damage.
Yes. D8 fire damage.
Ouch. 3.
Can it set him on fire?
Doesn't set them on fire.
Damn.
It says I have 2d8 on effect. What is that? Oh, is it because I'm at 5th level?
You're at 5th
Okay.
level, so you're rolling. You're higher than 5th level. You're at 7th level,
I'll
so
just roll one more d8.
roll another d8 and tell me the total.
Oh, jeez. 3 plus 2, so 5.
Oh.
Lord.
Bit rough, bit rough. You throw this flame, produce it in your hand, just chuck it forward. It flies, slams it into one of the abdominal areas and just kind of flinches. Doesn't look like it did that much. There's a scorch mark on it and like a small burn mark, but nothing severe.
Do I still have my bonus action?
You do?
Okay, I'm gonna cast Flame Blade. That is... Let's see, what is the bonus action? Oh, wait, no, hold on. It says if it disappears, I evoke it again as a bonus action?
What? You
Sorry,
can do that. Flame Blade is a concentration spell, so you can cast it and just hold on to it. It's like producing a blade in your hand that you can attack with.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna use my bonus action for that then.
Okay. It is dark on the deck, so when you throw that flame, you pull your hand back and the residue of the fire that's still produced in your hand just lights up again and shoots forward into a blade-like shape. You are emitting a 10-foot radius of dim light, or of light, and then 10-foot additional of dim light, lighting up the deck, giving everyone better visibility of all
Nice.
these creatures. 10 minutes up to 10 minutes concentration. Perfect. That was a very effective turn. That was good.
Did I redeem my entanglement? At least we can see.
Yeah. No.
Maybe.
He's like, no, you've made it worse.
It is Sorrel Teak with Fine Storm on deck. Sorrel Teak's going to keep attacking the same one. Or trying to, at least. Would you look at that?
He hit finally?
He hit, finally.
Pin him to the deck.
I'm rolling the wrong dice for this. I need to remember what this item does. That is going to be 7 plus 6, 13 points of piercing damage. And it needs to make a dex saving throw or be exactly what you said, pinned to the deck. Let's see if it can make it. Dirty 20. It makes it.
Hey. Concentration?
This is unfortunately not a concentration.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah. It is a natural ability for it to do this. But it gets this large bolt. Jartis, you're looking directly at this creature, so you see it. This bolt nearly just flies through one of its hip regions, punctures straight through, slams into the deck with a solid very large thunk. Lot of flesh torn away from it. Looks a bit more hurt from that, but it's still standing strong. After Sortique, Fine Storm, it is you with Abrat on deck.
Okay, for movement, I am moving. Wrong thing. I measured it out, it's 35 to there.
Perfect.
I am attacking him. He is flanked.
He sure is.
Gotta look for that advantage.
Gotta love advantage.
Dirty 20.
That hits.
Sneak attack.
You sure do get it.
What's going on? Why did it not come up? That was weird. 10 points for the sneak attack and 12 points for the claw damage, so 22 points. Then for the bonus action, I will do Fury of Blows.
Oh my goodness.
First attack is a 25,
That hits.
and that will be for 10 points of damage.
Don't bother with the next one. How you killing
Okay.
it?
You know, before all this, I was going to ask if you wanted some guidance, but then I realized what a fool I was.
You can't do guidance in this situation.
I'm just
as well.
having claw
Oh,
fun.
that's
Yeah.
I am just rip, shred.
Ripping away. Guidance is also an action. It's not a reaction. It would have to be a reaction to be able to do something outside of your turn.
Ah.
But yeah, how are you killing this thing? Because it's gone too.
Shredding.
Shredding it to pieces. You
Yep.
see Etanus pull his blade out from the second attack, getting ready for another one, and then blood starts
claws.
splattering everywhere, and he's like, "Oh,
And I
fine
say
storm! I
again.
didn't see you there for a second."
Fear the dread pirate claw.
He starts laughing. It's like, love it! Love it! That's amazing!
That's it for my turn.
Okay. That one's dead, that's good. Just those two left. Aberrat, you're up. The Sea Hags are on deck.
Alright, I am going to step to right here. Can I see this one?
Yes, you can. Just barely.
Alright.
It's still standing within some of the torchlight, but it is kind of in a shadowy area.
Alright. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see Fine Storm's dispatched 2 already. Those 2 have that one surrounded. I'm abandoning the Call Lightning idea because it's unnecessary at this point. I am simply going to look over at that one and... yeah, Chill Touch.
Okay.
That's just a cantrip, so it's a spell attack. 25 to hit.
That hits.
Ouch, that was terrible damage. 2 plus... 5 points of necrotic damage.
5 points of necrotic.
I rolled minimum on the normal damage and 3 on
Oh,
my
goodness.
extra damage.
You reach out, cast the spell. Jartus, you'll see that the area where that bolt just pierced through begins to dry up unhealthily and grow a bit of a fungal growth on it. That was a cantrip action.
Yeah.
Anything with your bonus action?
No, because I don't have anything I can do.
This thing's being killed very, very slowly. It's
And
lovely.
painfully.
And painfully. Right. That being your turn, it is their turn. This one. Hang on, let me.
God, Jesus. I mean,
Do. Perfect. No. That one is going to move there. Fine Storm. The wisdom saving throw.
What does he have against me?
You may have
Got you
killed two of
locked.
them already.
Natural 20.
Oh,
So 25.
What's going on? What is happening?
25. That coldness is still working its way through. Trying to, at the very least. This one here.
I'd like to use my reaction because it's starting its turn.
Yeah, sure. What's your reaction?
Halo of Spores. He's within my range, so when he starts his turn,
They're all she's, by the way, so, but carry
when
on.
she starts her turn, I can use a reaction to deal 1d4 plus 1d6 necrotic damage to that creature unless it succeeds a Constitution saving throw. So it needs to do
Saving
that.
throw. Okay.
The DC is 15,
It rolled a dirty 20.
so it's saved.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm rolling well on their saves. For the most part. Let's see. You know
Technically,
what?
it would be 2d6.
This one is going to look at you, Yolandriel.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Actually. Let's see. I forgot they could do this. Let's go with... I need everyone to give me wisdom saving throws.
Ah,
Oh, that's a good one.
oh God!
Oh no.
Oh, that went from an 18 to a 1. I get a lot of those where it's like it looks like it's gonna be like that, and then does that fat roll over into the other one, and you're like, why gravity? Why gravity?
Do that one there. Do this one for that.
That's a 6, I guess.
6, that is a fail. Aberrat,
23.
that's a success. Yolandriel,
16.
16, that's a success. Prologue,
Oh, yeah, sorry, forgot. 1 second. Oh, he succeeds because I just got an 18 on the die.
Oh,
Plus
yeah,
0,
that's-
18.
that's a success. Fine Storm,
15.
15. That just barely succeeds. You manage to shrug it off, but that... It's still a cold presence, but a different kind of trying to hook. Jartis, for what you all see, Etanus also made his save. This creature just fills its lungs and then lets out this bellowing screech and begin howling of sorts. Jartis, this chills you to the bones. You are frightened of it and cannot approach it. You cannot get any closer to it. That is their turn. If only they could succeed on some of these things, it would be dope. Etanus is up. He's going to... Oh well. Let's see. What's his movement? 30. Oh, you beautiful man. That's right. Your rogue build.
Dash.
Yeah, he's going to jump over the ledge. Use his bonus action to dash. Get up to that one. And attack. And seeing as he's the only one within 5 feet, he has advantage. Swashbucklers. I love him. Not that he needed advantage. But yeah, he hits. It's 13 piercing and 3 cold. So 16 total. This thing is looking injured and it is being riddled with holes. It's bleeding out of many, many places now. That is his turn though. Brolog is up. Your Londriel on deck.
Brolog would like to rage. Oh no, he's already
Brolog is
raged.
raging.
Excuse me, I forgot. Reckless attack.
He doesn't need to reckless attack. He already has advantage.
That's right. That's the only thing reckless.
That's the
attack
only
is.
thing it
That
does
is
for you. Yeah,
correct.
gives you advantage.
Okay, well, me and him are gonna attack in tandem like we've been fighting together for a little while here. He's gonna go first, then I'm gonna go first, then he'll go. Deal?
Sure. Yeah.
For flavor,
I'll allow
folks,
It. I'll
for
allow
flavor.
It. Yeah.
So the first one for Brolock, and I'm on the wrong thing. Give me 2 seconds. Oh no. There it is. He 19 to hit on Brolock's first.
That hits.
Okay. Ooh. He does 1d8 plus 8. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. He's an angry boy. Actually, hang on. That might be a bit more because of his rage damage. Does he have his rage?
Oh, is it
equipped?
1d10?
No, it's still 1d8.
Oh, okay. Rage damage. Okay, explain to me. Oh, the 2 weapons, that's what you mean.
No, yeah, he's got two different. Oh, he left it equipped. Yeah, no, it is 1d8 plus 8.
Okay. Okay, got it. Ooh, that's a lot of math my brain has to do very quickly. That's gonna be...
That's a lot of math.
That's a lot of math. 14 damage for him.
Nice.
First one. I'm gonna go with advantage with a nat 20 on my first roll.
All
Let's
right.
go, boys.
Right, max damage, then roll for the dice, and add that.
So that's an automatic 10 plus. So 17 damage for me.
17. Okay.
He's still got some life left in
Oh
him?
yeah, they still got life in them. She
Okay. She.
is still, hurt, but alive.
Prologue once again. And a 26 to hit on that one.
That hits. Yep. Oh wait, no, you do because you have the flame blade. Forgot.
16 damage with an 8 on the damage die. Rolling hot, boys. Let's go.
Alrighty. Still up.
Okay, I'm hitting him. Good old your Londriel. A 18 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. Nine damage. Eh.
Just in tandem, both of you working together with that shield slashing down, slams it, it spins to face you, your Londriel. You bring your halberd up and slash it again to keep that momentum of spinning it, and you just trade
we're
off
just-
blowing it and spinning it. It finishes facing Brolog, kind of staggering a bit, barely holding on to
Barely
life.
hanging on. That's alright.
Jartis,
If only it failed safe.
you're up.
So I'm terrified.
You're
one
scared
the
of
sea-
this one. You're only scared of this one. You cannot approach it. You can approach this one, but not this one.
Has this one been attacked by Utanis at all?
Which one? This one here? Oh yeah,
My pointer. This one?
yeah. It's been hit by a bolt, hit by a fire. It's been hit by quite a few things. So it is looking injured, quite injured. It's bleeding from
Oh, is it?
places. It's got a hole in it that's growing fungus. That one's dead.
Oh, I guess that was what the skull.
Skull and crossbones, yeah.
How about this one?
Also
That's
dead. Skull and crossbones.
Well, I guess I will, so I have my flame blade already out, so that doesn't need to do anything there. And I cast that as a 4th level to do 4d6 on...
Oof, laddie. Yeah. So, you won't be able to attack this one with it because you're frightened of it. The one by your Londriel and Brolog. But you can move up to this Sea Hag and attack it. And if you go on the other side of it,
It's like here.
you'll have advantage.
Hit it.
It's like that here?
Like that, yeah.
Yep. Hit it. Hit it.
Hit
Hit
it.
it.
Alright, well, let's
So-
roll those 4d6.
No,
No,
roll
you gotta
a-
attack
you
to
gotta
hit first.
attack to hit first. So roll a d20
Oh, sorry.
twice.
Sorry. Still learning.
Still
You've
learning.
just been
Okay.
thrown out entangled spells since you started trying to speak
I
to
just
checked
been
with the
entangling your
crew
allies.
before I did that. Thank you very much. I was like, how do you all feel about this? You're like, yeah, Chartis, we got this. What the hell
do
were you
fine.
thinking?
And they failed.
Yeah, I think you let me into that one. So 1d20 was a 12.
2d20.
Oh, 2.
2d20 and take the
advantage.
higher result. You have advantage.
Oh, well, a 12.
Plus what? to
Plus
hit?
your spell attack modifier.
So that's a 20.
No.
My
Let me.
spell attack is plus 8.
Yeah.
12
Really?
plus 8 is 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a little bit better at
Holy crap,
casting
yeah.
spells at things than I am.
Dirty 20. That hits. Roll your 4d6.
You all are doubting me over here.
Yes.
Abrad's not.
Roll my 4d6.
Roll away.
All right, let's see what happens.
Like what they say in
Abra has
science.
faith.
Swing away.
Smoke away.
13.
It's a good number.
13. This thing is being hacked to pieces. It looks barely alive, but it is
It's not
still
dead?
alive. It is not
Dang
dead.
it. Dang it.
Does that spell attack do anything there, or is that not stack on with the...
It doesn't stack on with it, no. That's just for the hit.
Okay.
4d6.
And these things
okay.
are resilient. Lordy.
Higher health, yeah. I gave them higher health than 34. Like the other ones, they got melted by you all.
Melted. Absolutely.
Literally melted.
Shellacked.
Top of the round,
Literally melted.
Sortik. He's going to take an attack at the same one he's been attacking. You've got to be kidding me.
You missed again?
He missed again.
Ah.
Jardis, you swing with your blade, hit this thing, cause a large scorched gash inside of its chest. It screams in pain and flinches just in time for this large bolt-like arrow to fly by and then splash into the ocean. Very unfortunate.
Oh, cheek sucks.
You just hear in the distance, "Son of a bitch!"
Ow.
Fine, Storm. You're up. I don't think there's anything else he can do. Hang on, let me just double check and see. I really, really, really want him to. No, yeah, he
Yeah, so
rolled
do I.
one below the net, one below the AC.
Huh.
He rolled, yeah, he's, oh, hey, hang on. Action surge.
Yay.
He's gonna attack
Yay.
again.
Good.
Do. And he's going to use some wonderful abilities here. I totally forgot about some of his things he can do. Axe and Surge. Oh, you beautiful man. All he needed to do was hit. It's at 2 HP.
Yay.
This creature, while it kind of gathers itself and stands again and kind of looks at you, Jartus, and begins to get a menacing stance and then disappears.
Stunk.
It's you hear a
God.
splash of arrow hitting flesh and then off the deck and it's dead. It's very dead. And Utonis, you from where it was, you are now looking directly at Utonis and he goes, "Well, that was fancy." Now it's your turn,
Sharks
Fine Storm.
Well, with it being dead now, I Don't have to try and factor mathematically my movements to see if I'm getting closer to him or not. So I shall move and finish this guy off. Do you want me to actually roll?
Roll to hit.
Okay.
Their AC
Well,
is
He just
nothing.
whiffs it. What if he just whiffs this? Just nat one after nat one.
It's possible.
It is possible.
I have an advantage because he's flanked.
Just 2 nat ones. Come on.
It's a 21.
Yeah, that hits. It's dead. It has 1
I
HP.
wanted to kill it.
It has 1 HP.
And again, it's the fear, the dread pirate claw.
Jab
I
him
play
right
with
in
its
the eye.
spine.
That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
You should have
Claw
just, like-
through up. Well, it's the final one, actually. How do you want to do this?
Yeah, I want to stick my claw into it, grab its spine, and show its spine to it.
Fatality.
Well, I say that. Fear,
Flawless
pirate
victory.
claw.
Was that a
Rip it out.
brutality?
And as
Fine
this creature
storm
falls
wins.
to the ground, you just look down at it, and the rest of you see Finestorm holding the spinal parts of the spinal column of this creature and just say, "Fear the dread claw pirate," or
Fear the dread pirate claw.
the dread pirate claw.
He stumbles. No, it's canon that he stumbles over his own name. And I go, ah. And then
No,
head back
no.
downstairs.
Didn't leave his mouth, it left my mouth. That was me stumbling over it, so not canon.
Not canon.
With that, the deck calms down. You don't see any other creatures. Etarnus looks around like, did anyone get hit?
I look down. No?
I took some damage when I bounced out of the crow's nest.
Which was dope, by the way. That was cool. Loved that. We might need to do some research as to what those creatures exactly were trying to do.
I reach down to the corpse that is now spineless, and I like to think it's like a marionette now. I'm going to hold it up by its hair, and I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to say, well, there's plenty of bodies.
Jiggling back and forth like
Yeah,
there's
it
no...
just jiggles back and forth.
A couple of them are a little shredded, but yeah,
I think I paid
laughs
most
that
of
a
one's
bit.
more than whole.
That's okay.
Yeah.
The only
Meh.
one that took damage was probably my trousers.
Bring me my brown pants.
Right, well, I suppose it's about that for that then. Good job.
Yep.
With,
Night, I say, and head down, back down steps.
with that,
Charters even need pants.
technically
Oh,
no.
No, technically
least
no.
those
You
off
could
back.
poo
You
bear it.
gotta
You
got a
could poo bear
receipt.
it. But yeah, if you've got an anatomically correct goat nether region, then it's not out all the time, folks.
Oh.
We're
was a
talking
fun
anatomy
combat.
now. With that though, the end of the
So,
combat, the rest of the
The
night's
real
gonna
question
go
is
calmly.
it appropriate for me to throw my pants off deck?
You could, but we're gonna go to break because we're
Oh,
at
yes.
2.5 now, and I
Ooh.
desperately need to pee. So
Yes.
I really need to lose a few ounces. So everyone get a refill from Lily, have a little fun on that stuff, and I will drop as I go into that intermission period. Find Storm and Jartis, if you'd failed another wisdom saving throw, you would have automatically dropped to 0 HP.
Get wrecked.
Kitty litter.
Might have gotten the latter half of that. The little bit of that. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you got a nice refill from Lily, and some ounces were lost to prepare us all for some additional ounces. Cheers. Gotta stay hydrated.
Yes.
Ah, right. The rest of that night goes rather peacefully. For the most part. The crew, when you all finish up, Brolog does look at the job that you've done, Finestorm, goes, "Good job, Finestorm. Good kills." He puts his axe away and begins to
Yes, Holy One.
head towards below deck to go back to bed. Thomas looks at the bodies, looks down below deck and like, Anybody want to care to come up here and help me get rid of the bodies, you cowards? And one of them's,
Finestorm will laugh at that, but
oh, yeah, we'll help. And a few of them pop up to the top of the deck to help remove the bodies from the deck.
or the Dread Pilot Claw will come down there and fetch you.
Good job in killing them. They see the claw marks all over, assuming that it was all you that killed these three. Sorrel Teak comes down and lands on the deck and is like, good kill. Good kills.
Thank you.
Crow's Nest for the win.
Yep. Great pouncing place.
And flies up to the crow's nest to assume his perch again.
Yep, go back up there.
For the rest of the night, nothing happens. However, through the time, Fine Storm, towards the morning when you wake up after Sorrel Teak's watch that night, he's looking at the sky, and it is dark clouds. And you could see up ahead and where you're heading, there are definitely a sheet of rain falling into the ocean. You are sailing towards a storm. The captain comes down, they start, Utanus and Sabare start having a conversation. Fine Storm, you would tell they're talking about whether or not they can sail through, or if they're going to try to sail around. With your passive perception, Fine Storm, you would also see towards the right of the boat. I'm terrible at boat terms. I know there's starboard and the other one, but I can never remember which one is which. But towards the right of the boat is land, off in the distance. This land is covered in trees. Very thick canopy of trees.
I'll look at.
Hmm?
I'd just say I'll look at my companion up there in the crow's nest and say, Drunok?
Yes, but Drunok's usually planes. Those are new. Different. Little, disturbing. Last I saw, they were nothing but planes. Interesting. That must be why we're on the mission.
Could be.
For the day,
How high is the storm?
it's pretty high, but the typical storm height.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like a typical sea storm of sorts. For the rest of you, for the day, what do you all have planned? What are you all doing? Launderer's doing his check.
Would there be someone on board who has diamonds?
You can ask around. Who are you asking?
Maybe I'll ask the captain. She knows. I need 300 gold points. I need 300 gold pieces worth of diamonds in order to use Revivify.
Yeah, you do.
I am trying to make sure that that's ready. So that's my mission right now.
300 gold worth of diamonds. You could ask Gorm. He's most likely to have something like that. He's a cleric, so the likelihood is he might. But you're on a boat. A little hard to find on a boat.
Nobody has any right now. I'm not.
Well, like I said, ask
Horribly
Sorotika. I'm not
stressful.
sure if he has any. He would be... Not Sorotika, Gorm. He would be the likely one to have any.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll find Gorm then.
He's...
And
Okay.
investigate the diamond sitch.
Right, you head down below decks. He's in his typical area, serving out some food to the crew after preparing it. Sees you approach and... Ah, Jatis. How might I help you? Would you like some food?
Sure. I wouldn't mind some food, thanks.
Wood plug.
I realized that we were very dangerously close to death, a few of us, last encounter, and that,
From what I heard, no
understandably-
one was touched.
there's just a very deep chilling within me that made me feel very, very, very uneasy. And then I also realized I don't have the ability to bring my friends back like I thought I did. So, trying to make sure that we put the cart behind the horse. I'm trying to make sure that there's something going on here. Long story short, I need diamonds. Do you have any or know where I can find some?
Well, of course I have some diamonds on me for the same purposes. I would be willing to part with it to the Revivify spell, yes?
Yes.
That would be 300 gold.
Oh, yeah. Are you asking for 300?
Yes, I'm not going to give you them for free.
Oh, I'm not expecting that at all. I'm just surprised you're being generous at market value, sir.
Well, I do expect you to be using these on any other crew members who also fall, if you have the chance.
That's the idea. So I fork over 300 gold pieces. That
Okay.
leaves me with 235.
235. Don't forget, everyone, to also add the
200 platinum.
Oh, yep, you've already got that in there. Perfect. Oh, you had a lot of gold. He takes the 300 gold and gives you 300 gold worth of diamonds. And if you get the chance to pick some up from where we are arriving, the likelihood is it will be more expensive there, though.
Yeah, I imagine
Yeah.
so.
They're only outposts. So what they have, they will definitely not charge base market value for.
Well, I have my ways.
I hope you are through in that.
Well, should we take a seat? Eat some of this fine food you've made?
Well, I
just-
have to finish
yeah.
serving the rest of the crew, but you are more than welcome to sit with them and eat with them. Unless,
Alright.
if you would like to join me in the back here.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a little conversation.
Then by all means, come on back. What would you like to talk about?
How do you feel about this crew that we have right now?
A good chunk of them I've been sailing with for many years. Over a decade. As for the abilities of the captain, she's proved herself quite worthy. What are you doing, Aberrat?
Do not mind me. This is temporary.
I cannot help but mind what is going on there.
Question. How do I add diamonds?
Just go to the bottom of your inventory and make a note saying you have 300 gold worth of diamonds. It should be in other possessions.
Oh, okay. 3. I just don't want to forget that I have.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. Okay. So, I'm asking him. So he mentioned been with this crew for over a decade, right? Was the last thing said?
Good chunk of them, yes.
Oh. I just, I don't know. I just have felt like even though this group is very recently formed for a lot of it, I think that it seemed like they've known each other for a very, very long time.
Are you talking about your party or the crew
Oh, I guess.
members? Because your party,
my
they're new.
vernacular. Yes. Your crew seems very, very, very good at what they do. What do you think of my party?
Odd lot. Peculiar. Brolog's very stuck in his ways. Abrat is intriguing. Finestorm, well, and Tabaxi from a different land.
Very rippy.
Rippy. That is an interesting way of putting it. And your Landriel, well, I appreciate other clerics, even if they follow a god I don't necessarily agree with.
Well, I guess I could just hang out and chit chat until people start coming down. I don't really have anything specific in mind. That was
Okay.
my main goal, was getting them diamonds.
Perfect. You sit in the back, eat your meal while having general conversation with Gorm. It looks like your laundry will roll really well, so we're going to go to Abrat and find Storm and see what they're doing for their turns before hopping to that.
Abrat's reading reading Galandriel's book.
Okay, the book. You learn in this one is he's staying out of the limelight, out of the way of people. That although the city he's settled by and started his laboratory near Trilith is doing well, he suspects it to begin to come under hard times in the next few years as the mines near it are beginning to dry out. The fine gems and materials that they are mining have slowed and dwindled greatly as of late. And many people are beginning to decide to move away and travel to different lands, different areas. His research is going well. The facility is beginning to grow and produce beginning aspects of what he would like. And that his primary project has begun. He talks of needing to put in measurements to defend the facility as it completes its job in what he would like it to do, and that he thinks it would be best to travel to another land in the same world to start a facility over there. But he's run into a peculiar group that aren't necessarily partaking in the war, but they're utilizing it for what he suspects to be their own means. And once they're done, he thinks they're going to move on quickly. There are two individuals, ASMRs. There's a dragonborn of gem type. What are they called? Lionin, with his mane that's been cut off. It's peculiar and strange. He suspects it's exile, a measurement of exile that shows that he was banished from the place he came from. And a djinn. All of them traveling together. He didn't much like the djinn. Thought they were arrogant, pompous, dickish. The lionin, he thought was interesting, wasn't keen on the flirtatious nature of him, but still found them good to talk to. As for the two ASMR, they kept to themselves. They wore peculiar armor. And the gem dragon creeped him out. Very strange way of talking. You notice there are no names listed. He directly says, I didn't care to learn their names. Why bother? But he does want to know what they're looking for. It takes you today to get through that. Fine storm. Anything in particular?
The usual, do my watch duties and then work on my flag.
Okay. You're getting to the point of creating a... It doesn't look too good. It looks kind of like a fine sketch of sorts. And Sorrel Teak, who's been watching, is it? You could ask Wisp for help. He's a tattoo artist.
Okay, I'll find Wisp.
Wisp below deck, spending some time with the twins. Looks soon. Oh, fine storm, I heard you were the hero of the commotion last night.
I did my part,
Fascinating.
but I need help.
Oh. I'd be happy to help. What can I help you with?
I need a flag designed.
Oh. Is something you were looking to tattoo on your body?
Nope, just a flag. But I'm not very good at drawing.
Well, you will let me know what you need. I will see what I can do.
I'll describe to him what I need. White flag, pirate symbol, panthers, and then embroidery of panther claws.
Takes notes of all of it. With the rocking of the boat, it might be a little difficult for me to do this at first, but I will have something to you, probably at the very least by the time we get to the Living Forest.
Very good.
Perfect. Gonna go find his character sheet. Oh, it's not gonna work that way, is it? We are going to roll. A couple of checks in proficiency. Performance. Oh, wow. Alright. Cool. Perfect. They begin working on that.
Cool. Go back up to my post.
You can see that the storm, although it looks bad, it doesn't look too awful. Like, perhaps you could sail through. It's just going to be a bumpy ride for a few days. But if utilized correctly, might save you all on some time.
Cool.
Perfecto. Yolondrio.
Yes.
What you roll?
Was that a check or a save?
It's a save.
Okay, then that's going to be a 26 with a nat 20 on the die. Mwah. I get 2 nat 1s and 3 nat 20s, folks. The gods smile upon me.
2 nat 1s and 3 nat 20s. Oh my goodness. There is... On that the third day of traveling away, for the time, Brolog's been sitting at the desk, practicing his calligraphy, doing his dance from time to time. For the first 2 days, we can easily say his dance is what disturbed you for the most part, from being able to actually adequately connect to the belt. On the third day, you finally managed to reach out, grab hold, and you lose all hearing of the boat itself.
All right.
Everything goes quiet. The space around you is pitch black. You open your eyes, and you see nothing but blackness. You look down at me, you can see your hands, you can see yourself. Just fine. And when you look up again, there is a metal-clad figure in front of you, standing roughly about 6'8", wearing your armor. He doesn't move, doesn't shift in place at all, and you hear a booming voice.
You
What
could
do you
save
want?
15% with Geico.
Way to throw me off.
For all state fans, you're in good hands. Sorry.
What is it you want with me this time?
I'm just gonna like look at him like real narrowed-eyed and say, this is my first time around.
This is your 13th time around.
Oh fuck, I mean me.
You don't quite get it, do you?
Oh, I understand, okay? I get it. I keep getting reborn. It's still... I'm still me, Yolondrio. Refresh me on the information.
You have always been you.
I kind of like... I do this thing of like breathing, and then I'm like... Alright, started off on the wrong foot. Yolondrio, nice to meet you. And I extend my hand. For the 13th, 14th time, whatever it is.
The helmet moves down to face your hand, then moves up again. Last time it was Dorfin. Before that, Igdgar. But first, it was Disvik. That was when I met you. You have always been you, but always had a new name. It is by her grace you are here again. A chance to right the wrongs of what we did.
I breathe in, and like there's an awkward pause, and I'm like, then tell me how to fix it.
You have already been told how to fix it. Break the cycle.
Yeah, I understand that is the process that I have to. I need details, key information. 13 times I've failed, and I think I'm safe to assume that it is the riddles and the vagary of the information I've been told each time, leading me down paths that I cannot change because I don't have the information to know enough not to make the same mistakes. You say I'm the same person, then obviously I'm going to make the same exact choices, unless I'm told to do otherwise.
It is 13 times I have failed you. I am supposed to be your protector, your guardian, and yet I never succeed at keeping him out.
Oh, you mean Big
Always
Scar
drawn.
Guy? I'm referencing Eshnar, because I'm not even going to call him by that name at this point. I'm just going to say Big Scar Guy and go like this with my thumb.
Yes.
I'm going to take a step forward, look this guy directly in the eyes and say, fuck that guy. Tell me what to do.
There is nothing in the helmet.
I'm looking into the eye sockets of the helmet. That's where I'm looking.
That's what you see. You see nothing inside the helmet. You realize it is just the armor in front of you, standing upright in the shape. I wish I could. I do not know how to fix this problem, but you know who does. The Mortal One. You met him not long ago.
Oh, that guy. From the island we were at.
Yes. The one where you required that unnatural being.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean about riddles and vagaries. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know?
That's what you said last time.
I'm kind of like
There's-
talking to myself, like mumbling under my breath while he continues.
There has always been an air of ignorance about you, denial and not desire to learn the truth. You must seek it out. You know who to go to. They will know the truth. They will know how. This time, you need allies. Do not try to turn on the group without help. Sarkhan was falling. He will change allegiance if convinced. Orbit is a coward. He will run if convinced. Adiba must die. He is loyal to a fault. Your brother has always been on your side.
Where is he now?
He wears a piece of me. Currently somewhere in Andrea.
The tree's a good move. Was Marcus a good move?
When we met Marcus, he was a misguided fool. There is potential. But like many, his path is not set. It could teeter and fall either way. With the right push, it will go the right way. But first, you must find the rest of me.
Okay. When I do, you may not be able to tell me what to do right, but warn me when I'm about to do something wrong.
I will do my best.
Yeah. Your best failed me 13 times. Try not to do it again.
I want to say, give me an intimidation roll for that.
Ooh, it's my intimidation. I forget. Ooh, 14, because it's a -1.
14.
Because my charisma is -1.
And your best saw me scattered among the stars.
I'm going to look directly at him and say, and maybe next time they'll be scattered so far that I won't be able to be brought into this world again.
If you
That
fail
way I
at
don't
breaking
have to
this
do this.
cycle, we will always find our way back to each other. It is by his will we are here now.
We'll see how long that lasts. I'm not even like looking at him at this point. I'm like looking past him.
Three pieces to go before you are untouchable by him. For now, tread carefully. Eshnar can still kill you and start the cycle over again. He's done it in the past. He'll do it again.
I think I've got a plan for that. And I give the armor a little wink. Talk real soon. I'm getting the other 3 as soon as possible.
At least this time, you know where they are. Where is it? There it is. The visage of this armor, which is that faded blue, begins to dissipate and disappear. And you find yourself sitting in the bed, being held up by Brolog, who looks at you. Are you all right? You had a fit.
It tends to happen to me from time to time, it seems. And I'm going to sit up, and I'm going to pat Brolog on the shoulder, and I'm going to say, listen, it's going to get way more complicated very quickly. And I guess I could drop dead at any minute, so at least then you won't have to deal with me.
If anything comes to kill you, we'll kill it first.
Agreed. And then, like, as like that interaction ends, I'm just gonna kind of be like to myself, like, hope so, bro. And then I'm going back to. I'm gonna like relax after. I'm gonna go do stuff.
When you get up to do some stuff, you look at the belt and notice it's unclasped.
I'm gonna snap that shit on like it's those bracelets from the early 2000s, late 90s, right around my midsection.
Take it, reach for and put it up to your waist, and it wraps around like a, and then you hear a ching in the back. You've got the belt.
Prologue. I know it's gonna get weird, but I think we're gonna have a fun time while it lasts.
As long
As
as
he's,
I
like,
get to
doing
whet
calligraphy.
my axe.
I like to imagine he's already back at his desk and he's like,
Doing calligraphy.
Yep.
All right, what kind of stuff you
I'm gonna go
do?
do stuff. I'm gonna go help out the crew for the rest of the time. Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Sounds of storms beginning to increase in the air. It's kind of a calmer sea before you get into the harshness of it itself. The crew, all of you can tell and see. Abrat, you don't see it, but you can hear them moving about up above on the deck. They're all scrambling to get into position. Sorrel Teak, Finestorm, you see he's fastening a strange leather apparatus to his body that are securely holding his wings to his body. These very large wings that you see, at this point you know them, each wing to be at least 6 feet long. It's almost as if he's doing his best to make sure he doesn't get blown away.
I will tie myself to the mast.
Looks at you and like, good idea. Reaches into the flag box and pulls out his own tetherings to tie himself to the mast. Etanis, who's now at the helm of the boat, is yelling out commands. Jartis, Gorm is beginning to fasten down more securely, just making sure that each fastening of all the crates are fixed and fastened. He looks back at you and like, would you mind going below deck and making sure that packages down there are secure as well?
You're muted.
You're muted, good sir.
I said, all right, I will make haste.
Make haste.
to secure said cargo.
I assume Aberrat sees him come down.
You do. You see him go down.
I'm going to assist him because I see what he's doing.
Perfecto.
I like it a lot.
Like it a lot. Soon enough, the storm
double
is...
tie myself to
Double
the mast. 2 lines. If there's enough rope. Okay.
There's enough rope and enough fastenings and securings for all this. Soon enough, the storm does come. And it is fierce and harsh. The waves are growing in size. There's lightning in the distance. The rain coming down heavily. Everyone is doing their best to keep all the fastenings secure. The masts itself billowing back and forth, getting pushed by the wind, the boat rocking aggressively. For those, who is all helping? Is anyone helping the crew? Okay. For that, we are going to do a general check, and Yolandril, I'm going to make you roll it. So
You
roll
cut
it.
out right at the end there.
Oh dear. We're going to do a general check. Yolandril, I'm going to make you roll it. Roll it at advantage. Roll it. So roll a d20 twice and tell me the results.
15.
15.
These hot 15s, this dice is just 15s all the time. I don't know what it is.
With, actually, let me go to... Excuse me. Sobre here. And get some stats from her character sheet. Alright, well, you know, not the best, but not the worst either. You can see that Boomstick Bill is also on deck, hustling about, tying some things down, looking over at some sailors who are doing things wrong and yelling commands out to them. Even though he's not in command of the boat itself, the people all recognize that he is a proficient sailor and proficient in all this, so they start doing things more efficiently as he gives out the orders. Sabre is also shouting out orders from the helm area. The gunner crews are all tending to the ballistas and the cannons on the boats, making sure they're more fastened down. It is rough and a little tough in places. There's creaking in spots all over, but you did well enough.
Nice.
You managed to sail through. The storm lasts for the rest of the day, for the night, and for another day. Through the process, you manage to not lose time, but also not gain time. So it does take the normal right amount of time to sail through it. Or to get to the living forest. Words, they are not coming to me right now. Eventually, though, it does break. And you get to clearer skies again. Fine storm. There's land up ahead.
Land ho!
Crew still bustles about. Everyone looks exhausted from that storm. It was rough. It was harsh. A lot of people are kind of treading their feet a little bit. Bill looks even himself a little tired. It comes up to you, your laundry, and your assistance in helping and clearing some things up. Haven't been through a storm like that in a long time. These Quailin make boats. They're good.
Pretty decent. Kind of helped me work through some stuff. I say, with like a grin on my face.
Yeah? That's good to hear. Hey. Isn't that, Ulrich's belt?
Yeah. Technically mine from before. It gets real complicated real fast. The longer you stick with us, the weirder it's gonna get.
Huh. Good to know.
Let's go down and get some food. I'll talk some more. Besides, I think it's time somebody from our crew learns about you.
Fair enough. Yeah. Good for that.
You go down to do that feature RP. The RP for whenever.
Before that, for the days of the storm, Abrat, it was so rough and so harsh, there's no way to really properly be able to read the book. It's sliding all over the place. No way to focus in on it. Most of the time and most of the requests from people is to help on the boat. It was all hands on deck for that storm. So no research possible, no major conversations really possible either. But for this final day, for this final arc of the journey to get to the living forest, what are you all doing?
I'm gonna go definitely talk to the captain at some point in time.
Okay.
Because we have neglected to give her any information about what happened. Unless Brolog has done that in the meantime.
That, I think, is something Brolog, we messaged a bit. I think he's got something planned out for that.
Okay.
That we'll have to,
Never mind.
we'll probably RP at some point for that.
Yeah, we'll retcon a previous conversation.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I just the same shits I've been doing.
Well, you've got that conversation with Bill soon as well.
Conversation. Yeah.
But for the rest of you,
Last day. I am.
Have we had a long rest since our last battle?
you've had a few.
Okay.
So yeah, you can all hit that long rest button. So refresh your spells and all that.
I think supply-wise, I'm pretty much where I want to be. So when it's asking for these things like leaves, like a yew leaf, or say for example,
Do you have a druidic
leaf of
focus?
sumac, if
Do you have a druidic focus?
I think I have a totem.
If you have a focus, you don't need to worry about those materials. It's only materials that have a cost associated with them.
It's like the diamonds. It's the cost association that you need to be focused on. If you didn't have a druidic focus for any spellcaster, it's just general common knowledge that you have a spell components pouch that has those things within it. One thing to focus on is there may be times where maybe a thief comes by and steals your components pouch. It's only when that kind of stuff happens that you need to be really worried about whether or not you have that kind of stuff on you. For now, though, like it is considered that you have the components for those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yeah. Abrat has a druidic focus.
Okay.
So he has a piece of the tree.
I have some kind of totem.
Totems.
Abrat's actually going to find your laundreel.
I'm just gonna prep some spells.
Okay, we'll do the finding your laundreel actually after. What's it called? After his conversation with Bill. So that's
We don't even have to
just general conversation.
Well, like we can RP like the important parts. but just as like a gloss over for stuff. When I tell him our backstory, I am omitting some very key details throughout, like the stuff that's either going to incriminate us or make things complicated if too many people know too much information, like that kind of just bullet point. I'm bullet pointing our story so
Bullet
far.
pointing story.
You know?
Okay.
Yes. Just so you know before we do it.
Okay. Yeah. Fine Storm,
I'm
you
practice-
are... You're doing what?
Practicing.
Oh,
I am practicing getting out of the crow's nest without taking damage.
okay.
So either catching sails or catching ropes
Give me some
coming down.
acrobatics checks. Give me 3.
3 acrobatics
Yeah.
that I can do. 18.
18. Okay.
14.
14.
24.
And 24. Yeah. Yeah, you do really well. Catch ropes, you swing around, doing all that fun piratey stuff, landing on the deck all epically. On the last one, your most impressive performance, Kandros gives you a clap of approval, and Wisp, who's now on the deck with a piece of cloth in his hands, like, that was impressive. Good job.
Thank you.
I have something for you.
Ooh,
There you go.
cool. How much?
Oh,
For your
for
time.
a make of this kind. Didn't use too many materials. It would probably take me about 2 gold to do, so 4 gold for the work.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't have gold. Here's a platinum piece.
Oh, that's fine. I have gold.
You can keep the change.
As the party does. Oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That is a good tip. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoy.
We'll see.
It's beautifully made. I rolled really well for his proficiency checks, or for his performance checks. I keep doing that.
Awesome.
It is gorgeous. Yeah, a beautiful flag.
So I will climb back up the mast,
Okay.
and I'll add it to the flag flying 3 flag spaces below boomsticks.
Okay. So I'll take looks at that and
The dread pirate. Claw.
and he admits what your best assumption would be is a laugh.
Okay.
He's laughing at it, and he's like, I like it. It's good. Hopefully the captain does not tell you to take it off.
We shall see.
Yes, we shall see. Your laundry. When you get to the food area, you find a makeshift table. Stick sits down with his food and he's like, so, what do you want to know?
Whatever you want to tell me.
Well, if you give me that option, I'm not going to tell you anything.
You know what I mean. I don't need the greeted details, and I don't need names and places and stuff like that. I just want to know who you are, if you know what I mean.
Me? Well, let's see. What's worth knowing? I guess I'm from Zarthor. Come from the nomad tribe that settled down there a few years ago. Didn't much like being there, so I left. Me and my sister both. Found the Shallows. Became pirates. Got in good favor with Zabdras. Found our swords. Now we're admirals. She's got a bigger fleet than me. But, you know, gotta work your way up in the world.
I'm going to reply with, like I said, the bullet points of the events up to this point so far. I'm going to explain some of the characters that are no longer around a little bit. And then I'm going to end with... And pretty much it ends up that I've been through this about 13 times, and every time I fail, I get reborn into a new body. It's a complicated situation. Maybe the trees are going to help. I say, and I end with like a smile on my face as I reach down and grab a bite to eat. And it's just like this dump of information of just weird stuff.
Picks up his mug of ale. So you've been reborn? Like Emlar?
Yeah. He's, I guess, my brother. I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not even from here. And by here, I mean this plane. I'm from somewhere else. Did I explain that earlier? I dumped a lot of information on you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was, whew. Oh. It's not my worry. If you need help in any of that stuff, my fleet's always available for hire.
Yeah.
Other than that, all I can say is good luck. It sounds rough.
Oh, buddy, it is. But that's me. So I thought you should know. As far as the rest of the group goes, I gave you enough information about them, but... Yeah. That's who you're dealing with, I say, and I go like that.
Well, hopefully our business here ends quickly, so I can get the hell out of your presence, because I don't want to much deal with that. Not unless you got a real mighty fine coin purse behind it.
Let's hope you never do. Let's hope the Shallows estate never does. Or anyone. Because otherwise, then it's everyone's fight.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you're everyone. I say, and I stand up, and I give up the dagger film goodbye. And I pick up my plate.
Spin to Abrat right next to you.
Yeah?
We didn't have a conversation. Not here, though.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll see you later. Bill? Okay, where are we going? Said Aberrat.
Your room.
Cool. Prologue will be in there. Is that fine?
Oh, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay. We head off to the room.
When we get there, I pull out the book and I put it down in front of him and I say, this book seems to be a diary concerning an individual and his adventure through a place called Parkoth. I was wondering, what information are you wanting me to get for you out of this book?
BT dubs real quick, you would know that individual to be Marcus.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to turn to him and I'm going to say, Just communicate it to me, and I'm gonna grab the sides of his head and use my thing to just be like, this is much easier. Just show me. Like, this mode of communication is so.
Then I'm going to shove the first couple of pages into his head.
Yeah. Download that shit.
I did this to myself.
Yeah, you did.
Afterward,
Kung Fu.
afterward, I will go.
Show me.
I can start glazing through the rest of this, but I have a feeling I will lose interest after a while. It is a diary, after all. Though I do have a little interest in some of the things. So while I'm glazing, if you'd like me to pinpoint anything specifically for you, I am going to be looking for things that might interest me inside of it.
Okay, I'm gonna go. All right, these things, and then I'm just gonna flash images in his head. It's gonna be, Okay, so anything to do with me or Emla, which are the two ASMRs in the armor. What exactly went wrong at the end of the story? Who the smiling woman is? That kind of stuff. Just the key, like, ding, ding, ding. If let's say he's like a Google search engine for a Word document and he needs to pinpoint these, like, words, that's what I'm gonna be. Oh, this is good stuff. Leave it to me to break, psychic telepathy.
Perfect. I'm going to look at you, Andrea, and I'm going to say,
It's brilliant.
thank you. That's what I needed to know. I will find what information I can on that and tell you in the same manner as we just went over.
Borlox is sitting at the desk and peculiar conversation.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, I would communicate with, but you don't like people on your mind, bro. So we'll just communicate verbally.
I already have too many in my mind.
And I'm gonna look back at Aberrat and I'm gonna be like, I really appreciate it because that chicken scratch in that journal is gobbledygook. I can say that much. It's nonsense to me.
Yes, well, I'm kind of amused that I can read it, so. And I'm going to pick up the book, and I'm going to go back to my hidey hole.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about midday-ish. A little after midday. Let's say around 2. 2 o'clock. When you start approaching the island itself. A fine storm, you realize what the other boat that you encountered was talking about. Shallower than usual is because there are trees in the ocean. Heading westward. A strange, large clump and conglomeration of them. They're all leaved
I'll call it
trees,
down.
oak. For that calling, they managed to avoid grazing the top of a few of them. But from the looks of it, these trees shouldn't be in the ocean.
No.
They're
Salt water and
saltwater.
trees don't mix.
Not at all.
Do Brolog and I see this?
By this point, you would have been told that you're reaching land and reaching the port side, so if you cared to go up to the top deck, you would be.
If Brolog is there with me, I'm going to ask, do you remember those vines? The City of Souls.
Yes.
These trees are doing the same thing.
I believe our suspicions were correct.
Well, at least we're on the right track, BL. I don't know how well this is going to turn out, though.
He pulls his axe out. With my axe in a trunk.
Well, at least you're confident, I say, and I give him there's like a glimmer in my eyes as like, just like you're incorrigible. You know what I mean?
While you're both standing there, Bill comes up. He's like, about to make port? The port captain is... He's a dick. He's
As
really...
opposed to anyone else we've met since we've came to this area?
You'll see. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. We'll be there soon.
Well.
We'll be there real soon. But just be careful. I would request, Brolock, I would request you leave the talking of the port captain to me. He's got a very interesting language that he speaks. If you know what I mean. I do not. Oh, well then, okay. Yolandra, you might know what I mean.
I'm going to turn to Brolog and I'm going to say, you know how you don't like people to you a certain way?
Yes.
Okay, well, neither does this guy. So maybe everyone else's way of talking to you and your way of talking to other people is going to rub him the wrong way. He seems to know more. So let's let him do the talking. Yeah?
I'll take that as a yes.
Good enough.
But gather your party, whoever's going aboard. Talk to Sabre. They're just going to do the refilling, restocking. I think it's best if the crew don't go ashore. Most of these people don't like people from Laban. And you're gonna cruise from Laban. So, might be a little tricky, so to speak. But it is the closest location that we last had a report of where the tree was. So I'll go ashore with you and we'll get it sorted.
Sounds like a plan. I'll look at Brolog and say, Brolog, I'm going to go find Jardis and Aberrat.
Yes.
I'm sure Finestorm will find you, so...
Brolog looks up and says, Finestorm, you are needed.
I will take down my flag, pack it up, put it in the chest, and then I will do my embarkation of the crow's nest in my style.
Impressive. Abrat, Jartis, Yolandria finds you. Tells you you're almost at port.
I'm going to say, all right, boys, time to unload, so if you're ready.
Avarat shall rise to the top deck.
I'm going to walk alongside Jardis as we go up.
I have a quick question, actually.
Oui.
So, I'm preparing divination. It says it requires incense and a sacrificial offering. But it says
You got to find
together
yourself
there
a
should
squirrel
only be 25 gold points total, so it doesn't sound like it has to be a lot. But I don't want to, like, pack the spell and then not be able to use it. So you're saying I can just gut a squirrel and we can speak to the gods?
So sacrificial offering of up to 25 gold worth? Basically, it doesn't have to be a living thing. You can make it a living thing and gut a squirrel and sacrifice it to the gods, or you can get 25 gold worth of fine jewels, or just 25 gold, and sacrifice that. It'll basically just turn to dust in your hand.
Okay, well,
But-
I'm gonna pack that because that can be interesting.
Yeah. That could be very, very interesting.
We can
I'm gonna
literally
have to-
ask God a question. That'd be nice.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, that could be really interesting.
Do I see
I
what he's
just
packing
lean
up?
over to your Landrill. Yo, you ever talk to God?
I'm gonna say, yeah, at least one of them. But
You want to talk to God?
Which
more
one?
your style. And I definitely sure that you asked the right one, because there are fucking a shitload of them. I see it and I turn around. Come on.
Oh man, he's not partaking in my naive glee.
Eventually, you all make port. The gangways are lowered. The city is not a city. It's more of a permanent encampment.
Beachhead.
It's not a beachhead either. It's strange to see. The port is built amongst different kinds of trees that are growing out of the ground, that are solidly fastened to the ground to make sure they don't move. It's like it's like a Wookiee city, for lack of better terms and better ways of describing it. You've got houses built in amongst the trees with bridges going roping around themselves. A good chunk of it is over the ocean itself. And the trees are quite large and tall. Where you port up to, and everything is made of wood. There's no stone or metal make inside this area. It's all wood. A bunch of tree houses.
I literally was gonna say in character, welcome to the land of treehouses. As we're like pulling in, the fog kind of clears, and I notice.
Bill chuckles at that. It's more like, welcome to the land of people who will gut you and kill you for fun.
I mean, they live in fucking treehouses, no wonder. And I kind of like elbow bro log at that. He says to my joke. I look up at him and I'm like, get nothing. Every time I get nothing.
Gangway is lowered, and you see on the other side there is. It's a dwarf with a very grayed out, long, unkept beard. You don't see where his mouth is. It's hidden behind the brush and the foliage of his face. His hair is wild and shuffled. There's another person behind him. And when Bill starts going down the gangway, he goes, "Ah, it's about fucking time, you dickwad! You're here! Finally fucking your way! Getting over the ocean! Getting to the gangway! Took you bloody time now, didn't you?" Yeah, we're here now. Just don't be so angry.
Sure
The city's
shows
moved into the bloody
diversity of the
ocean. What
word.
do you think I'm so fucking angry for? We used to be all the way over there, and now we're here! Took your fucking time! Ah! Pay your fucking gold and get on with it. 50. We got to repair everything here. See what I mean?
I lean over to Jardis and I say, sure shows the variety of a word.
I've got you a scout. Somebody to show you your fucking way through the forests. You know this place better than anyone in this bloody fucking island. Go, get going. I don't care what you like. And he takes the gold and starts moving on along. And leaves this person standing there. Who then looks at you all. And that's where we're going to start next week. Because the person is a guest. So,
Yay!
I will
We
leave
finally
them.
got to the guest.
finally got to the guest. Good job. Good job. You hear that,
Oh,
Arcade
I'm
Wolf?
glad that's our guest.
You hear that, Arcade Wolf?
It's gonna be real fun.
You're starting us off next week. So,
Hey, you get the 1st
We'll
line
need
of
you.
dialogue of the episode.
you sure do. You get the first line of dialogue.
Nice.
All right.
Oh, that was fun.
Ah.
Folks, do you like how I just broke the power that he gave me from the helmet? I'm just like, I'm gonna bypass the talking parts of this.
I don't want to
it's fun.
talk. I'm just going to show you everything in your own head.
Well, I mean, let's be serious, folks. If we all had telekinesis, it would be feelings and images. There would be very little word use.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's much more clear. Yeah.
It's much more efficient that way, too. Takes less time. Although, yeah, you wouldn't be able to cuss near as much. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but the feeling, because the thing
You
is,
could
words can
yeah.
be misconstrued. They can be confused, but feelings and images cannot. Those are the truth.
But yeah, glad that dwarf's out of the way. I don't want to be able to. Don't want to be yelling like that constantly, because very aggressive, very aggressive dwarf. That and I'm getting a migraine now, so. Whew,
Good time to end it.
good time to end it.
Yes.
On that lovely note, thank you everyone for joining us for today's tales. We will see you all on Tuesday for the wonderful nightmare to ensue. For now, though, please drink responsibly. Don't do anything we wouldn't do. And we'll see you next Sunday.
Bye.
Love ya.
Bye.
The air may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.